Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Thursday, April the 27th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. That'll help. Thank you, William. Well, there are, I don't know if you remember yesterday, but I did a sort on our earnings date column that I got for pre-market act is up and the ones down. Look what happens today. I'm going to do a sort on the earnings date. Scroll down a little bit here. So anything that is 0.25 or minus 0.25 is what I consider an earnings play. Look how full this is. These are the ones on the way up. Okay. You got to well, there's just too many to name. There's some names that people will know. Of course, Overstock and Hog, Hertz, even Lilly. But look at them all. I mean, they're just full of them. And also on the way down, earnings date again 0.25 release earnings pre-market minus 0.25 after hours. I mean, there's three of them that I really have caught my eye, and that's Pi, Wolf, and Mobileye, MBLY. And I'm sort of definitely short bias on all of these. And look at Pi. Pi broke down through the 200-day moving average. And I think when I looked left, I think it had some room down to about 84 on the weekly chart. So there is still room for this one to run down. And the Mobileye, as Real said, is a big gap down, but guided poorly. Where's the next low looking left? Yeah, 32.61. So it may be coming into some support level. And then the Wolf, WOLF. A big gap down here also. I think, yeah, this is a lifetime low. That's right. This is a lifetime low now for Wolf. I don't have as much faith in the ones that are moving higher. I know the market's in for a nice pop this morning. Just don't have enough as much faith in the ones to keep moving higher as opposed to the ones to keep moving lower. So, I mean, obviously we do have some ones that are, well, let's take a look at Atom. Atom is a cheaper one. Earnings play, released earnings after hours yesterday. So let me get back to my list as I have it. Start from the change from the close. I mean, we do have some other things to look at, but definitely going to try to concentrate a little more on the earnings plays today. But we do have other things. So here's CFRX. CFRX. Yeah, Craig Hallam, somebody said price target of 17. Sure. Is that the only reason this is up? Yeah. Okay. They signed a commercial license agreement with with ST Microelectronics. So that is Atom. So license agreement plus its earnings today, and that is ATOM. And CFRX, let me see, was there a reason for CFRX moving higher? So yesterday, so this was yesterday news. Didn't really, this is yesterday news, really didn't have any effect. First patient dosed in the phase 1B/2 study. That was at 9 o'clock yesterday. No effect. Look at this. But today, like a delayed reaction. How could no? I bet you a lot of people were thinking Meta would not do what they did, but look at this Meta. What a great move! I mean, that is a stupendous move for Meta. You know, I always kind of joke around saying these ones with the high floats, 2.2 billion in the floats, it's going to take a bunch to move it. 10%. Look at this 14% move by Meta. I guess I read something where he mentioned AI about 50 times in the conference call. So anyway, analysts are loving Meta right now. Market's loving Meta right now. And it's not slowing down. I mean, there's a reaction after hours and it's still moving higher. So I mentioned Wolf already and Pi. UCAR, I see there was a little action in UCAR, UCAR, little action in UCAR. Very choppy though in the pre-market, topping tails, bottoming tails. CFRX continues to make new highs. STM. I think these are the guys that Adam did the deal with. Yeah. So they're an earnings play, but look at this, STM gapping way down on earnings. Well, 7% anyway. Maybe 4160 holds it. That's about a little over $1 away. That's the low on the weekly chart. Another earnings play, more expensive one, but Crocs, CROX, is another earnings play. And it is gapping down on earnings. Where's the 200-day? It's way above the 200-day. So it is gapping down on earnings also. The next low looking left for Crocs is about 131. Another earnings play, Abby, ABBV. I'd say there's so many earnings plays right now. This is a little interesting. Look at the 200-day moving average for Abby. It's at about 152. Sorry, 150. So it's a big gap, pretty big gap, pretty big gap down for Abby. And it's approaching the 200-day moving average at 150. Not that far away. ELEV was super active yesterday. So the reason it was on the list is that it did pop up to 335, but it's pulled back a bit. This, of course, has some room still on that weekly chart. 464 on the weekly chart. The high of yesterday was 339, so it still has some room to that high. I don't think this had too much volume, but FDMT, yeah, I couldn't see. Well, they released what they called positive interim data. Market's not agreeing at all. Okay, on phase 1/2. So the market is not agreeing that this is positive interim data, not based on the sell-off. Boy, MBLY just is continuing to move down. Yeah, I saw Love was an earnings play also. I don't know why, but I find the airlines hard to trend trade. But the next low looking left is 28.93. And I did see at Comcast, what is CMCSA at earnings on the positive side. They were in the news. What are we now? Wednesday or Thursday? I think on Monday. I guess they fired the head of NBC Universal, which is owned by Comcast. I think I'll just keep this on this earnings date column. Again, I'm more interested in the ones that have moved down, and these ones more for a fade. I just don't see the same sort of, again, I know I'm repeating myself. I just don't see the same continuation moving higher on these earnings. I don't mean specifically any specific one, but in general, versus, when you have bad earnings and bad guidance and all that, it seems to just, have a nice steady move down. Not saying there's no pops but I just don't have the same feeling as for the For the positive earnings plays versus the negative earnings plays. Another more expensive one, guys. You want to look at that one, Align, ALGN, another earnings play. Big gap down on earnings. Boy, that Mobileye, I didn't take it. Looked at it really hard at that 35 level when it broke down through 34. And there's the overstock. Again, these are, we do have some positive earnings plays, but I think VLY is also an earnings play. VLY, yes, this is an earnings play also. This is a nice gap down on earnings for it. Hertz is also an earnings play. HTZ, also an earnings play. Next high looking left for Hertz is 1642. Well, you know what? I mean, they resurrected themselves. They went through chapter 11, got relegated to the pinks, and somehow they were able to rescue themselves and back on NASDAQ. Let's see what else. So there's the Tigo. Tigo is another one. Tigo is another one, another little one. It's an earnings play also. Um, Look left, the next low looking left is 1738. So that might be a little too close. That's a big gap down for Tigo. Not very much volume. Siri, I think I'm still one of their original subscribers. Where is Locutus? I haven't seen Locutus for a while. Gentleman used to work at Siri. Okay, let's take a look at, let's see, it's 9:12 right now. Let's see if the upgrades and downgrades have hit my email. Should be more now that we're in the earnings season. Actually, what's going on? These analysts, they're taking a break here. Hardly any on the upside and a few more on the downside, but hardly any on the upside. And do I see anything interesting on the upside? Not really. I'll get some of the ones I'm putting these in our Discord room first. Nothing, I don't see anything from Goldman this morning. Again, hardly, not too many on the upside and not too many on the downside. All right, I'll get them in the room now. Okay, that takes care of the upgrades and the downgrades. Let me sort on the change from the close, see if anything is. But I'm telling you, I'm way more interested in these earnings plays right now. But ENPH short yesterday definitely whetted my appetite for more expensive ones. All right, let's take a look at the market, see what's happening with the market overall. Take a look at the major sectors. So I'm going to click on new from our toolbar and then dock channel bar and then show more and our sector status. So as I say, we're in for a nice positive open. Let's see what the major sectors are doing. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the stocks that make up XLE, 70% of them are above yesterday's close. Okay. And again, because we're going to have a positive open in the market. Virtually every sector is positive. Just one moment, please. So is there another sector though? So communications, 84% are above yesterday's close. Just trying to see if there's any. Is there a weak sector? Well, staples. Just one moment, please. Okay, so what is a weak sector? Weak, relatively weak. So consumer staples, about 50-50. Healthcare, about 50-50. The rest of them are generally 70% and above. Of course, that can all change. Once the market opens, then we take a look at the change from the open. And as always, let's take a look. I mean, I know what I'm going to see here, but let's take a look at XLF and in relation to the 200-day moving average. And even see it on the screen. There we go. So there's that green line there. That's the 200-day moving average. And as you can see, we're now steadily moving away from it. You know, obviously a major sector, financial, we're moving away from that 200-day moving average after almost getting up to it back on the 19th. So that is one sector below the 200-day moving average. Retail, I'm sure we're going to see the same thing. XRT, yeah, same thing. Starting to move away from that 200-day moving average. So that's two sectors. And I think the other one is discretionary, XLY. Yeah, so that is starting to move away from the 200-day moving average also. So I think those are the three major sectors that are below. I think all the other sectors are still above the 200-day moving average. Major sectors anyway. The big one, guys, will be financial. I mean, if and when financial cracks that 200-day. All right, anything sneaking in here? A2, okay, AYTU AYTU is coming into play here. Well, it was. Look at this. I mean, this is why I'm sort of souring on these little ones right now. I mean, you got all this nonsense, a lot of hype up to 369 and a pull way back. I think these little ones are great when we're not in earnings season, because there's really not that much else to look at. But when you're in earnings season, all these companies releasing earnings, and well, we like this for probably at the next 2 weeks solid. I think I said there's 800 companies next week. Another earnings play, FIS. Interesting, even though we've got a big gap, well, a pretty big backup, I'll have to get it right, gap up day in store. Not too many over 10%. Almost about the same as the ones that are down 10%. Again, was there news? I mean, I'm looking at my IB headline news, and I know, they rotate headlines out, but I can't see any specific news for this one. I think it was yesterday. Yeah, it was yesterday they had some news, but this is definitely a delayed reaction. No, Mike, see, I did not get some in our YouTube room. I did not get some CFRX. All right, guys, let's take a look, especially at these ones on the way down. So we've already talked about Pi and Crocs. These are earnings plays. We got other ones, FCN. These are all earnings plays, guys. Look, I mean, look, is that right? Yeah, I mean, look at this. So this is in dollars. So this is like Pi is $42 under. Crocs is 12. FCN is 10. But look at Pi, 31% under yesterday's close so far. Mobileye is 22%. Wolf is 12%. These are all earnings plays. These ones that have had the big gap downs. And then on the upside, So this one, Belf, don't know anything about it. Belf B doesn't trade very much, only 4,000 shares. It's up 20%. Belf B, Belfuse Inc. Never know though. I guess it could get going. It's a close, relatively close to a lifetime high. You're talking about it as an alert window. Some filter obviously wasn't met at the time. It's, I don't really, this is sort of a, I don't know what you call it, maybe a confirmation just because it's text to voice, so I kind of hear it. But this is my go-to. I mean, there it is right there. There's pi right there, right at the top. MBLY, I'm hearing because it's making a new low, another new low here. Boy, this pi still has room. On the weekly chart, $84. $84 is that low looking left. So it still has some room. Okay, thank you, Xavier. Okay, thanks, guys. Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys. Oh yeah, it's. I don't know how that person found out, but that's okay. Well, let's see if pi does what ENPH did yesterday, as it pointed out, little pop, maybe on the when the market opens, and then the drop. Right. That's pretty funny, Grumpus. Okay. Oh, was in the trade of the week email? Are you kidding me? It's crazy. Mobileye continues down, guys. MBLY just continues down. Look at pi now, right at 90. I think it's at 90, 90.67. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Pinterest PINS has earnings after hours today. All right, market's going to open in less than 40 seconds. So thank you, William. Okay, everybody, let's have a great trading day. I'm going to get rid of this right now. And I'm really trying to See if we can capture another big mover on the downside, one of the more expensive ones, like the Pi or the Mobileye. Mobileye is down a lot already, but and well, Wolf now. Look at Wolf. Wolf was an all-time low. Okay, so it's having maybe it's having a little pop before the drop. All right, we are now open. So Mobileye's hitting already in that 10-day daily breakdown. Already it's hitting. Now maybe coming into some support. I don't know. This is what I'm talking about right there. Hit the 10-day daily breakdown right at the open, 31.27 on the alert. $30, right? 29. Wow. No, well, I didn't get it. I didn't take it. All right, this little one, IMMX, is on the move here, guys. IMMX and the post-market high was almost $3. Must have had some news. Yeah, some kind of news announces this was after hours yesterday. So they did have some news. Low float, 5.8 million in the float. Thank you guys on the birthday wishes. Thank you very much. In my worst Elvis impression. Wow, Pi had a big pop. Big pop for Pi. Did that 10 times fast. Massive pop. That's about an $8 pop for Pi. Well, let's see if this, I mean, I refuse to believe this is just going to keep running and running and running. This could be the little glimmer of hope that some of the longs have. And even the Mobileye MBLY, after that big drop down to 29.63, it has popped back up to 32.43. Again, reason I don't like to trade in the first 15. I know I made a big exception yesterday on the ENPH, but let's just see what happens here though with Pi. If this little enthusiastic pop on the open goes by the wayside. So there's okay, so there's CMCSA Comcast. Next high looking left is 37, what is it, 30, not 37, 38.43. So very close. And then after that is 39.06. So it doesn't have a ton of room. So guys, you may notice if you weren't here yesterday late, I've made a look at Overstock, guys. Okay, well, this is an earnings play. And this one exploded. OSTK. Okay, this is an earnings play. Didn't see this really in the pre-market. Look at this one. KDP just cratering here. Keurig Dr. Pepper. Wow, look at this. This is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Not quite a lifetime low. Looks like the next, well, that low right there, it's taking out that low, I believe. 33.35, yes, just a little bit below that low over here. Over here meaning last June. Wow, this is very, very weak, guys. What does the race indicate? Well, I'm gonna just keep an eye on this KDP. So this is what the race is based on. Every race is based on a top list. Okay. So if stocks in this top list here, if stocks are between 10 and $80, 500,000 shares minimum, 2% from the close, half a billion market cap, 50 million in the float. Okay. So if a stock meets those filter requirements, when the race starts, the stock that is moving the most from when the race started, and we're about, excuse me, we're 2.5 minutes into this race, you'll see the one that has moved most at the top of the leaderboard. Okay, that's what that means. So the first winner of the race, I run 4-minute races, was CMCA. So now, does it mean that you just take the trade because it won a race? Of course not. But over the course of the day, you're gonna get a top. Wow, look at this KDP. But it'll give you at the end of the day, it's going to give you a top 10 list of stocks to follow. Not at the end of the day, probably in about an hour or so. You'll have a good start on a top 10 list to follow all day. And it's based on the stocks that win the most races. So again, when this race is over, a new race will begin. And whatever stock is moving the most percentage wise that meets those filter requirements, you'll see a stock starting to move up the leaderboard. So here's T-Doc, probably an earnings play, right? T-Doc, maybe an earnings play. Yeah, there's an earnings play, T-Doc. So that's what the race is. And this is this race. You can create your own race based on your top list, excuse me, parameters. You can create a race. Just one moment, please. You can create a race based on stocks that you like to follow. Maybe you have a basket of 20 or 30 stocks that you like to follow all the time. You can have a race just based on that. All right, guys. Really interesting level right now for KDP, right at that 33 mark. I mean, it looks really extended now, but boy, oh boy, this is just getting hammered here. KDP, big float. I was having actually, it looks like 33 is trying to hold it. Excuse me. So what I was going to say is if you're in the room yesterday afternoon, I made an alteration to this momentum up. You don't have to do the same thing, but you might notice that these lists are now exactly the same in length. And what you're seeing, what you're not going to see today is, for instance, every time CFRX, if it makes another new high, you won't see it over and over again. You'll just see it when it makes a new high and the time, if that makes sense. So in other words, if a stock showed up here right now, say JMIA, and it kept making a new high. Yesterday you would see JMIA all the way up every time it made a new high. Now you'll only see it when it makes a new high. So you won't see the symbol over and over and over again. Yikes, no kidding on the hog being butchered. Holy smokes. Again, it's crazy, isn't it? I mean, this got up to $40 pre-market on earnings. Really no inkling this was going to happen, but the market opens, boom. I think Hertz is right around the VWAP, HTZ is right around the VWAP. Yep, 1576. Again, choppy, choppy, choppy. Look at this. I mean, bottoming tails, topping tails, bottoming tails, kind of directionless. Makes it tough to trade. Is eBay an earnings play? Yes, eBay is an earnings play. But again, big topping tail, selling off. Yeah, Wolf breaking down through 50, 50. You can see if our X just made another new high, little one, by a penny. Yep. Okay, Wolf now maybe giving up 50 in a big way. There's watching Wolf guys, seeing if it really wants to give up 50. Now the low of the day, the low in the pre-market was 46.49. The high was up here at 51 something, but let's see if it keeps under 50, big psychological number. Where's the VWAP? VWAP's at 49.93, so it's just a little bit underneath the VWAP. 49.93. Price is at 49.84. Yeah, it's trying to regain 50. Right at 50 still, guys. Wolf right at 50, 49.88. All right, I'm sticking so there's the VWAP 49.93. I'm gonna stick an alert around 49.69 or so. See if we can really clear that 50 level and the VWAP and move down. All right, we have a new one in the momentums, GLNG. Is this an earnings play? No, it is not an earnings play. Excuse me, next high looking left is 21.46. If it takes that out, 21. So to me, it's just got too much potential resistance looking left, not that far away, to me anyway. Crocs continue down. Yeah, that was the one. Oh man, that was the one. You know, there's a at 9 o'clock had a little bit of a pull up. Sorry, at 9:15, a little bit of a pull up here, and then the market opened. Didn't even look back. 136 down to 120. Well, it was on the list, but I admit that this was not my major focus. My major focus was going to be on Wolf, Pi, and MBLY. Wolf, especially the fact that it was an all-time low. Okay, guys, that was my clue or my entry. Let's see if Wolf has any sort of legs now. See if we can get underneath 49. I'm in around the 49.80 mark. That's on a short. Of course, it gets anywhere close back to 50, I'm gone. Just watching this, guys, see if it can take out 49. I'm talking about the Wolf. You can do it. All right, guys, I have to, I'm just really watching this wolf to see if it gets underneath 49. This is the new me. I did a couple of days in a row taking stocks outside that 30 range that I'm more comfortable with, but there we go. Is top halted? Jamie, yes, it is. Top is halted at 9:45 plus 58 seconds. So if it's going to open, after a 5-minute halt, that'll be in about 20 seconds, 25 seconds from now. And top just opened for you. I don't know if you're in this one, Jamie. Top just opened for you. Coming right into the 200-day moving average. What did it get up to? $8. 200-day is 825. I'll freely admit I see maybe now why you're looking at it too. It was on the 10-day daily breakout. Really concentrating on these earnings plays, the more expensive earnings plays now. All right, well, I've covered some of the wolf now, guys. I was a little excited. It looked like it was really going to take out 49, but I've covered some of the wolf. May not be as dramatic as I was hoping. FRC halted on the way up. Okay. Interesting. There are shares now available at Interactive Brokers, 167,000 shares available to short at Interactive Brokers now. All day yesterday, the shorts at Interactive Brokers never came free. People were holding on to them virtually all day. Yeah, Mobileye is still interesting. MBLY. The next low, well, today's low was 29.46, I guess. And the next low after that is 28.66 on the weekly chart. No, I'm out of it now, completely out of it now. I'm going to wait on a 49 break, see if it happens again. It barely broke 49. I'm talking about Wolf. So what I'm going to do now for Wolf is put an alert down there, 48.80. Now there's Steve's magic 10-day or 10 SMA in the 15-minute chart, that little blue line there. And there's the green line is the 8 EMA. So actually, what's the difference? 49.37. Yeah, quite a difference on this one. So top is halted again. Volatility halt again for top. All right, I'll look at it. The next high looking left is way up here, 29.57 on the weekly chart anyway. See if there's any silly news on this one. I do not see any news for top. All right, let's take a look at Pi to see if it is sort of done with its pull-up. I mean, it might be. I mean, it got up to 99, right? 99? 99.50, almost hit that 100 mark. A little choppy though. I was hoping for way more control because this had so much room underneath. I was hoping when it took out 90, because when you look left, the next low is 84. So $6 away. So I was kind of hoping that it would maybe hold at 90 for a bit and then just start to move down from 90. Market is happy today. Everybody's happy. NASA's up, Dow's up, SPY's up. Maybe that's why some of these ones that we were, I mean, yesterday, of course, the market was down. Maybe that's why some of these ones that I was anticipating might move down off earnings immediately. Maybe they're having little bounces because of the market. CXI on the run. I don't have that up and running anywhere. So let's take a look at CXI. Yeah, you're right. CXAI. AI itself is not running. It is moving down. AI itself. All right, Maxilinear. This is an earnings play. Maxilinear, MXL, is an earnings play. Didn't really see it in the pre-market. There was just so many. All right, guys, I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, top. Well, this is certainly ripping higher, guys. So that, I mean, it showed up on my, didn't take it, but 757 right here on the 10-day daily breakout, right at 945. And this is not, I wouldn't say it's been straight up. You got these bottoming tails, but definitely on the move. If there's any news on this one. I think Nova is an earnings play. I believe Nova, Nova. I believe it's an earnings play. Yep, it's an earnings play. Nova is an earnings play, Nova. This was one that was very active a couple of days ago, a few days ago. Top now halted again because of volatility on the way up. All right, the heck with these more expensive ones. Let's get back into these. Keeping an eye on Wolf, guys, still. I'm out of it completely, but watching to see if it can take out 49 again. Ah, shoot, I took my eyes off that CXAI. Well, the high yesterday was 1160, so it's there. And then the next high looking left is 1366. And again, we always have that mini magnet way up here at 21. So all the doom and gloom about housing and all that, that was supposed to really slam the market. I guess it's not happening yet anyway. Okay, so Alex, you've accidentally probably idea surfing. If you take a look at your two, oh, just a minute. Wolf is now below. Okay, if you take a look at your toolbar, idea surfing, right beside the sound icon, and you see that. If you put it on idea surfing, it's going to then start automatically loading charts from your top lists. Okay, and it's almost for sure that's what's happening because what it'll do, it'll automatically load a chart, rest on that chart for about 5 seconds, and then go to the next chart. And that it's what it's doing. Whatever top list windows you have open, it'll cycle through the top three, and then it'll move on to the next top list and the next one, and it'll keep doing it. Once it's done, I don't know. Let's say you had four top list windows open, it'll run through the four and then go back to the first one. It'll keep doing it until you tell it to stop. Okay, good. I don't talk about it too much, but it's an interesting way to kind of sit back and let the system load charts for you. If you see a chart you like, all you have to do is click on the chart. It'll stop the surfing. Okay. Or actually, you don't even have to click on it. You just go to the chart, like hover over it. The surfing will stop. And if you ever want it just to stop, you can one of two ways. You can just click. It's a toggle on and off, or click on a symbol. Clicking on a symbol will stop it also. All right, guys. Wolf, come on. I'm in it just underneath 49 again, guys. So just watching it. I almost took some out, but I didn't. Wanting a bigger move. I may not get it. Yeah, I may not get it. A little greedy, perhaps. Go down to 48.30, but I'm wanting more. Okay. Because I just have to keep watching this wolf, okay? WOLF. What's the float on this? Yeah, pretty big float. Oh, there we go. Briefly. Running up GRWG. There was the original alert at 331, so it's not hasn't moved much. Pi made the move I was kind of hoping for, but I'm going to wait for a 90 break, see if it really breaks 90. And if it does, I mean, still got a lot of room underneath. Okay, I'm just waiting on this wolf to see if it takes out 48. eBay 44.81, so it's at the VWAP, just underneath the VWAP now. Little pop into the VWAP, I guess. Will the VWAP hold it? All right, let's take a look at some of these races here. How's Hertz doing? HTZ, choppy, very choppy. 1571 is the VWAP, so it's just hanging a little bit underneath the VWAP right now. Wow, rum is on the way down, guys. All the action it had over the last few days. RUM on the way down. Um, where's the next low looking left? It's got some room on the weekly chart anyway. Rum has got some room on the weekly chart. The low is 682. So 70 cents away or so. FRC resumed. Okay, top resumed. What did it do? Drop. Wow. It's funny. I think the reason I didn't look at this one is terrible rookie mistake. I was thinking it was tops when I was so involved in that wolf, and I thought it was tops, not top, which changes things. Well, if anybody took it from this 10-day daily breakout around that 750 to a 770, because it probably moved pretty quickly, you're probably pretty happy. Halted now, 1035. Okay, I'm out of the wolf, guys. Little profit on that second bit that I shorted underneath 49. It's just not wanting to really drop the way I wanted it to. So I'd have to just forget about it. Yeah, that's the only reason I didn't pay more attention to it. I was thinking it was Tops, the shipper. But this is, out of what, Hong Kong, I think? Hong Kong, yeah. So definitely not Tops, the shipper. There's another earnings play, guys. HZO, another earnings play. And this is showing up on the momentum scanner also. Ooh, MCRB making new lows here. MCRB through the 200-day moving average, but it looks like it could have some support. not that far away. Lots of shares available at Interactive Brokers, 900,000. It's not an earnings play. They're doing a financing, okay, $250 million financing. Hence the reason for its move down. I almost feel like bringing up my consecutive candles in a row, topless, just to see, get some things that are moving. Consecutive 15-minute candles. Let's take a look at that, this one, just to sort of see if there's anything that's. All right, OI, not a lot of volume, 3 times normal, but not a lot of volume and really messy looking left. All right, Mr. Top, what did you do off your halt? So it popped up 10:35. Where did it got halted? Yeah, I got halted at 9:41. Well, this is just, I mean, the next high looking left is 30 or so, 29.71 on the weekly chart. Man, Catalyst, 2.5 million in the float, and for whatever reason, somewhere somebody is pumping the heck out of this thing. But that's your reason. It's 2.5 million in the float. That's how it can do this sort of stuff. Yeah, usually it means they issued more shares. Yes, so dilutes everybody's position. So it's usually not viewed as a good thing for existing shareholders. Yeah, it all depends on what website you look at. I mean, we have this constant, not battle, but I mean, people saying, okay, I see a 5 million, I see a 5 million float for top at another website. I'm going to check one other website just for fun, see what they say. Yeah, it looks like five. Again, I don't know why our guy has 2.5, but again, it's 5, 2.5, very, very low. And another halt, of course. Yeah, I don't think, unless you have Centerpoint or Cobra or maybe Trade Zero, I don't think many are going to have shorts for top. MCRB is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, but when I look left on the daily chart, I just see a lot of areas where it could encounter some support. Yeah, TJ saying highly manipulated stock, high insiders, Hong Kong. Yeah, the trick is to get onto the right side of when this is happening and bail when it stops. Not easy, but how about Tiger? Is Tiger running? TIGR, another one of these little China financial. Nope. The top is running completely on its own. Okay, guys. Well, I'm not seeing too much. Better start taking a look at my races. See, there have been a couple of cannabis plays that have making some, but I cannot. I just cannot take these things seriously. Here's Tilray, TLRY. Look at this 15-minute chart. Up, down, choppiness, topping tails, bottoming tails. And there I see CGC is here too. So Bax, I think you said earlier you thought it was too far away or something. But yeah, what a tumble now. That's why I didn't look at it. Okay, here is a pullback to the VWAP. OSTK 2042 is the VWAP. Pulled right back to the VWAP. Is it going to hold it and bounce off it? It's an earnings play, OSTK. The high was 21. So the high is about $1 away. So it's got some room if that VWAP holds and bounces off it. Here is another one I think that is pulling into the VWAP, 2740. Yep, 2740. Now this MCRB may make a fool out of me if it just goes right through all this and goes down to 5. But I just cannot take it. I cannot short this. I mean, I can physically. I mean, there are shorts available, but I just look at this and I think there's got it. It looks like there's some support. Meanwhile, top continues out of that halt. So far, how many halts? None of them have been bad. Bad meaning, a halt, and then when it opens, it just absolutely drops. It's going to get halted again, halted again. Yeah, it's got to be halted again. You know it's halted again because it's not moving. Oh, the first halt was bad. Shoot. You know why? Because that's the sort of thing that. So the first halt was at 762, and if it see that's the sort of thing. The only way I play these halts is if at the halt price of 762, if it opened below, and then it got above 762 again. Times like that, I will attempt to play them, but the 950 candle, okay. So 788, so it must have dropped below 788 briefly and then popped through it. Well, that's okay. There will be others. There's another one, guys, underneath the 200 day, sorry, underneath the VWAP, Love, LUV. Just not interesting though, just not interesting. These airlines, it's an earnings play. Not interesting to me anyway. Now look at this Indy. Is this an earnings play? It is not an Indy, excuse me, it's not an earnings play. INDI through the 200-day moving average. And it has a little bit of room, guys, a little bit of room for a $7 stock. The next low looking left is 714, so it's at 760. Or wait a minute. Nah, I'm wrong. 743, 753 is the next low looking left. So it's getting very close to that low. Not an earnings play. Well, I still have my eye on, I got my eye in the pie. Okay, PI. I have an alert set at 90. If it happens later on, I just think that that could really get it moving downwards again. All right. For GME, I am going to set an alert at, I think, the low of the day. Thank you, Jamie. Have a great rest of your day also. Shoot. I was just talking about this eBay. It was holding the VWAP and it did pop off the VWAP. Earnings play, eBay. High is up here at 40, almost 46. So can it continue from here? Let's break over the whole number. Good volume, 5 times normal, which is typical. Companies releasing earnings, typically that is when they're going to have explosions of volume. Oh my gosh. Wrong day to really concentrate on the expensive ones. I was saying yesterday, we weren't finding too many of these crazy cheap ones that were having great like extended, not extended, trending days. And this one is incredible. Wow. Well, I jokingly said, your next high way back here was 29.44. We'll never get there. Well, halfway there. There's the U car now on the run also. So these little China plays right now, this is a China IPO from a few days ago, of course. Some of these little China plays are starting. I don't think it matters, but let's take a look at KWeb. See if KWeb is, I don't think it matters, not with these things. Yeah, KWeb is basically flat, so got nothing to do with the overall China market. Hmm. All right, well, I guess I have to do this. What is the next high looking left for UCAR, which is 702? So it does have some room, obviously, to the 7 mark. If it somehow takes out that 7 mark, 1076. Now, it appears to be, it's certainly not a low float, 51 million in the float. Hard to believe, but let me just do a look at another site, see if they even have it. Yeah, so yeah, that float of 51 million. Again, I'm gonna have to give me a moment. Captain K, I have to pick your brain. Are you still around? Before I start talking to our developers, are you still around? Okay. So it was you that told us to, or suggested that this is where we should be looking in this dilution tracker for the floats. Is that correct? Okay. Now, and why this one over any other? I mean, what do they do differently from any other site? Do you say they actually go into the filings and yeah, because I mean that's a big discrepancy. The float, when I looked at that float of 51 million, that didn't make sense to me. I mean, I didn't know it was going to be 2.4 million. The reason being is that, as we all know, these really cheap China IPOs usually they come out with very, very few shares and a low IPO price, few shares. So I don't know where our guy, the people that we use for all our data, I don't know where they're getting that float. But before I start, railing on them, I have to make sure. But and Finviz, somebody said Finviz had 7 million shares. Because that's too big a difference. Thank you, William. Well, Buru, remember Buru? By the way, how do you like this, guys? Do you like this organized this way instead of over and over and over again? You see I just find it less messy. So you wonder then, I mean, there are several sites saying 7 million. That site says 2.4 million. Yeah, so it's outstanding. So that's what's happening. They're getting the, sorry, they're looking at outstanding, not the float. And it's possible because it's so new. Yeah, but that, I'm not trying to defend them, but that's just not right. So even IB is a float of zero. That makes it interesting. Yeah, so the float is basically this. If you take the number of shares outstanding, take any company, okay, take Microsoft, Apple, whatever, take the number of shares outstanding, and then you start subtracting. What do you subtract? Typically, if they're mutual funds holding large positions, of course, the C-suiters, the CEO, the CFO, COO, etc., they cannot trade those shares every day. Okay. So they're basically taken out of the available inventory of shares that can be traded. They're and that defines the float. So it's not just retail. I mean, if Bill Gates or somebody wanted to trade on their own, they could, in theory, I suppose, the C-suiters, but basically that's what happens. So you take all those shares, subtract all those shares from the shares outstanding, and that gets you the float. Ooh, okay, guys, pie now. Do we take a piece of pie here? And of course, the lower that float, that's why it's important, to have a bit of a handle on it. The lower the float is where you get these insane, where you can get these insane moves, like a top. What do we have for a float here? Okay, we have 2.5 million. So even if another site says it's 1 million or another site says it's 5 million, I mean, it's very, very low. And so you've got this high demand, 7 million are one, 7 million shares are traded. Float rotation, just divide 2.5 into 7.6. Let's just make it round through. So it's traded the float 3 times. So low supply, high demand. This is what can happen. There's no, 122%. That's the only way you can get a move like that. But again, once the buying dries up, it's you got to be right on top of this. No, no, well, okay, pun intended. But seriously, you've got to be on top of something like this. You cannot wander away from your computer. You take any sort of a trade like this because it can drop just as dramatically, if not more. Well, any commodity, yeah, any commodity on earth that you can think of. All of a sudden, there's low supply of it, and for whatever reason, high demand. What's going to happen to the price? It's gonna go up. Well, it's up to you, okay? On the short, now the spread is not great, but that's completely up to you, okay? If you want to short, I'm obviously I'm interested shorting this under 90, so but I'm not wanting to tell anybody else to do the same thing. I wish the spread would tighten up a little bit. Yeah, it's a So you got to be really careful. I'm in it, but you've got to be careful. The spread is a little bit tough. Now, again, I'm hoping. All I'm doing is I'm just looking left on this weekly chart, and there's 84.38 down here. I'm not saying it's getting there, but that's for me. That's the attraction of it. But the 90 break was key for me. So when you ask such a vague question like that, does anyone literally? I'm sure anyone does. Okay, I'm sure there are people. It depends on the stock you're looking at. Stocks that really track the SPY. A stock that doesn't have any news on its own. It's on an earnings play. It doesn't have any specific news. So there are a lot of stocks that, of course, just follow the SPY. Well, it's sort of okay. Oh, I know it broke 90. I know it broke 90. Come on, break 88. Yes. Well, the spread. It's the spread. All right, guys. Well, mini winner so far for the pie if you shorted it underneath 90. I have to keep pinching myself. That's a $90 stock that I'm shorting. And again, I don't tell anybody what to buy or sell. All I said was very interested. I would not take it unless it broke 90. Maybe. Is it a birthday thing? I don't know, but this is I mean, earning season will do this, of course. You'll get the moves. Oh, look at this. This is great, guys. I don't know how close it's going to get, but again, if you took this short, 84.38, that could be, as it gets closer and closer, it's not that far away, really. A couple of dollars away on an $86 stock. That's not that far away. And it's up to you to manage the trade in terms of, when you want to take profit and all that. All I try to do is point out where there could be a danger area, okay, which is the 84.38. So just think of it like this: the closer it gets there, there are traders that are going to look at that and say, that could be support. I mean, I'm not going to wait until it actually hits there. It may never hit there. Wow, 10:47, fast morning, fast morning. Okay, guys, I am talk a little bit about what you'll find on my homepage, okay, and the scans that I'm sharing. I'm actually going to show you another scan. It's not on my homepage, but I want to show you another scan that I do have up and running. I don't think I've shown this one. I may have shown it several months ago, so I'm going to tease you. So hang around for that one. And it's where I found eBay. How you Discordians doing? Oh, thank you, Razor. Okay, I just see the post now. All right, on my homepage, this is what you're going to find. You will find okay, here's how you can take out a subscription. There's a promo code you can use, Barry15 for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas, and there were 4 plans. So we have an annual, monthly for premium and standard. Annual premium is 2,000. Annual standard is 1,000, less the 15%, of course. The big difference is our, if I can grab it, is the I call it our daily watch list. Okay, this is it's going to generate signals for you automatically. How you trade them will be up to you. No auto trading the AI. Okay, but for instance, you get a signal or you get an alert. Take a look at the chart. They may set up later on in a different way, but it's giving you some opportunities to take a look at these. Okay, but no auto trading. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, guys, I'm going to be about 5 minutes. Okay, I'll be right back. 5 minutes. Hey guys, sorry about that. I'm now back again. When I say back, I didn't really leave, but all right, Pi. Getting closer, guys, to that 84. Now, I was right in the middle of all this. So again, we have the four. Now, if you're going to take out a subscription, start off with a monthly, okay? Do not take out an annual. The reason being is that you have to look at the terms and conditions of a refund, and you've got to really know you want the product. All right. So you can always start off with a monthly. Monthly standard is 118, premium is 228. You will get the 15% discount off the first month only. Now, if you want to maintain a monthly subscription, that is what you would pay going forward, 118 or 228. There's lots. I'm pretty sure that most of our customers are month to month, but I really don't know. But anyway, you do have the option, of course, in your when you're in a monthly, of eventually taking out an annual if you want to. Obviously, the reason for taking out an annual is because your per month cost is less, but you have to pay upfront. Okay. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do that gets look at Pi guys right on. Sorry. Shameless cheerleading here. We're getting closer now to that what did I say? 84 what did I say? 84.38, 85.50. So we're getting really close here, guys. Really close. Okay, you must do the get started. 10 videos, short videos. It starts off with your your download. Oh, look at this. Look at our support team. I guess I'm not part of support. Um, yeah, first startup, download and install, first startup and login, etc. Okay, you must do that. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through those 10 short videos. I do a stock of the day. I have an idea what it's going to be. But anyway, I do a stock of the day video, so you can sign up for it here, free of course. Trade of the week is free, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I don't think this one got stopped out. I think this week's got stopped out. Education, big education section is here. And we have a great user guide. Click on that user guide. At the very least, you should know. Let me expand this just a bit. You should know there's the getting started again. Know what an alert window is, know what a top list window is, the T window, and understand what stock racing is all about. If you click on the stock racing, excuse me, we have 4 videos and we have step-by-step instructions, your race startup, configuration, etc. Okay. The other thing I would, I'm sorry, in the guide, the other thing I would really take a look at though is the price alerts. I mean, that's the only reason I knew about Pi, right? I mean, wasn't staring at Pi all day long. I put a price alert around just, I think, a little above 90. And so when that hit, I knew it. And look at this. Wow, this is great. I mean, now this is getting really close to where it could find some support. But if it breaks through that, I mean, look underneath again, 76 guys. Changed changed the way I trade dramatically, especially during earnings season. Okay, getting started. There's the getting started again. Daily support session. So I take a break between 12 and 1, and one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Thursday, so it should be Steve Gomez. I'll confirm that. He is the originator of the trades of the week. Sometimes he does a swap with Andy's, but I will verify that. And also, before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room and the Discord room. So you can head over and listen to Steve if you want. This just broke down, I think, guys. I think it just broke down 84.38. So it's right at this level here. Well, it makes up for me anyway, not getting the top. Okay. I feel pretty great about getting this one. and waiting. It's just a matter of waiting, 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 waiting. Some of you may have shorted it higher, which is fine. Okay, now my scans. Okay, so if you want my scans, and of course, a lot of these things that we're looking at now were discovered in the pre-market. Okay, I remember the scan here. Okay, so first of all, if you click on my home page, you have to, and you want my scans immediately, just have to scroll down until you see this section called my scans, Barry scans. Okay, so the pre-market act is up and down. This is where we identified most of the earnings plays. Okay, including the pie, Mobileye, and all the other ones. So that's where they were discovered. So you kind of have a bit of a plan going into the market once the market opens. Doesn't necessarily mean the ones that we looked at are all going to do the pie, but it's a good way to get prepared. This is the race, the large cap gainers from the open. This is the one that you see right here. Now, the momentum scan, you'll when you click on this, you will know there will be a difference now for you. What happens is I've sorted this in a different way. So instead of seeing the symbol over and over again, so every time top would make a new high, you would have seen top, 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 all the way up. So what happens now is you'll still see top as an example when it makes a new high and the time, but only when it makes a new high and the time. But you won't see it over and over and over again. Now you may prefer that. You may prefer to see it over and over and over again. And then over here, of course, is the don't repeat version. So you can see the first time we had an alert for top was right when the market opened at 9:30. Price was 739, and so you can still look left, and you can see that it got up to 1494. Okay, and the don't repeat. Sorry, the breakdowns and the breakups are here, and the halts resumes are here. So again, I'm sharing. Everything you see here is essentially shared on my homepage. Ooh, MXL is firing here, and that's on my 10-day daily breakdown. So if you're going to take out a subscription, I would really appreciate it if you use my homepage link, click on it, and then go to that, use that promo code Barry15. Okay, and if you save my homepage, you can take a look at my scans anytime you want, and of course that education section. What I've tried to do in the education section, instead of you're having to go to our website and find all sorts of bits and pieces that are scattered around our website, I've tried to put that most of the stuff that people want are in that education section. All right. Well, I mean, Pi now, I mean, it is still now it has a shot. I mean, there's the next low on the weekly chart, 77. I'm not saying it's getting there. And I mean, I keep thinking I'm going to take some off, but I haven't had to. I really thought I was going to be taking it some off as it was getting close to that 84.38, but it really didn't pause that much. I have not talked about risk management today, not yet. I usually do that in the afternoon when it's a little quieter. I guess you weren't around yesterday afternoon because I did talk about it yesterday afternoon, risk management. Yeah, as Real says, it's nothing to do with a tight stop. The stop has to be based on something. It has to be based on, how I base my stops. I'll look at a chart, no less than say a 5 minute chart, usually a 15, and think, okay, so if I went long something, I'd be looking at a chart thinking, okay, if it broke down through this level, I want to be out of the trade where I think there's like a lot of support. It's got nothing to do whether the stop is tight or wide or, but when I take a trade, and I'll just try to briefly go through this. When I take a trade, I have a watch list, not a watch list, a checklist. I have to check everything on. I might have about 6 or 7 things that I have to check, and I won't take the trade unless I can check them all. Okay. Now, it doesn't matter what my checklist is. A lot of my checklist is already satisfied by my scans. All right. Because I'm not going to get into anything that's not trading abnormally. I'm not going to get into anything. Well, I might have to expand my price range now, but a certain price range that I normally like, things like that. And then the next thing though is if I look at if I get an alert, the first thing I'm looking at, the very first thing I'm looking at, because most of the things that I see are near the lows or the highs of the day. So the very first thing I'm looking at is, you know what? Look left. I'm looking left on a weekly chart or a daily chart to see where could it stall. If I take this trade long, where is the next high looking left? Where could it stall? And a couple things. I'm thinking, okay, if I take this trade, where am I going to get out if it doesn't work? Where am I going to get out? And so I quickly look at the at my 5 minute chart or a 5 minute chart, try to see where I think there could be some support. And if I broke down through that support level, I want to be out of the trade. So again, let's try to make the math super simple. If I looked at and I wanted to get into something and I said, okay, but my stop has to be $1 away because that's where the support is. If I look left, do I see $2 before it hits the next high? Okay. In other words, I will not take a trade unless I can have a reasonable expectation of making a 1 for 2 risk reward. So in other words, I'm not going to risk $1 to try to make 10 cents. I will risk $1 to try to make $2. Some think that's not enough. Some will go, I've got to make a 1 for 3 risk reward. And that's up to you. Okay. I mean, and again, I'm just talking in general. I'm happy enough getting into a trade if I have a reasonable expectation of making it 1 for 2. Now, if I were new to trading, and I think Real will agree with this, because my concept of what is support on a chart may not be the same as somebody else's. So if you use, say, the low of the previous 5 minute candle, that's a defined number. Try that, practice that, okay, and that might work for you. Or maybe the low of the previous 15. If you do that, I mean, then your stop is going to be wider, and you'd have to have a lot of room looking left in order to get a 1 for 2. But I mean, but you got to practice, and that's why we have a simulator. I probably, practice using the low of the previous 5 minute candle, just just to see how that works. And if you start getting more accustomed to looking at a chart and seeing where there could be a support area, where you think there is a support area, and say, I wouldn't go any lower than a 5 minute chart. I'd probably stick to you're new, or a person is new, I'd probably stick to a 15 minute chart, just less whippy, probably a little more defined in where it looks like there's a support area. But that's down the road. I would probably use the low of the previous 5 minute candle because there's no guesswork there. It's an absolute number. The other thing is, the way I trade anyway is I do not vary my trade size very much. Okay, not my trade size, but my trade risk. So I'm not going into one trade risking $1,000, another trade 500, another 50. I try to keep my risk amount about the same every single trade. No, that's not, no, I don't go crazy on that because the risk amount, if you have if you're risking $1 on a trade, okay, and you want to risk $100 every trade, okay, and you're risking $1 on a trade, well, it makes the math really easy. You'll take 100 shares on that trade, okay, because if you're wrong and you lose $1, 100 times $1 is $100 loss. Now, how much you're going to risk per trade will be really dependent on your account size. I'd start off start off in the simulator, risk $50 a trade, maybe at max 100. See how that works. Now, if you've got a $100,000 account, of course you can risk more. I know there are some out there that say take a certain percentage, but then that's that next step. And a lot of this, comes at you fast, especially, if it's a very fast moving stock, it's a little harder to do this because the next step is, okay, how many shares am I going to take? I said if you're risking a dollar on the trade and you only want to risk you only want to risk $100, and you can only take 100 shares. So the risk, though, is based on where you get into the trade, or the number of shares is going to be based where you get into the trade. And if your stop is $1 away, that's and where you get in is still approximately $1 away, then it makes it easy. But sometimes, if a stock is really moving quickly, that's going to be hard to share size. And that's why, like a top, it's not as easy to do. But you can set up an Excel spreadsheet, and with your risk amount being the same every trade, and then you can input your entry and your stop, and of course, it'll subtract it, and that'll automatically tell you approximately how many shares to take. Okay. So there's a lot to that, and that's why you have to practice in a simulator. Okay, guys, I've covered some of that PI now. Notice what it's doing. It is coming back up to that level right here, I think. At 84.38. So it's getting close to that level. So I've covered some. I want to see if it still holds below, and then maybe it moves down again. Yeah, you can do that in Excel really, really easily. But yeah, no, I wouldn't get so hung up. I mean, again, if it's something like top, it's going to be really hard to share size like that, okay? Because something like you might say, okay, my the price is 760 right now, and I want to put my stop because it makes sense to put my stop at 7. Okay, or I'll make it $1. Okay, just to make the math easy at 670. But by the time you want to take the trade, it's already moved up to 8 or 810. So it makes it a little bit harder when it's a very fast moving stock. And the other thing really is, everybody should really try to determine what sort of a trader they want to be. Now, I know everybody wants to be, well, I want to be the trader that makes money, so I get that. I'm just kidding, of course, but there's all sorts of different trading styles. I have a very, my trading style basically is momentum. It doesn't mean I don't do anything other than momentum, but momentum meaning stocks near the high or the low of the day. That is where I'm interested. But that may not be, if people are listening to me, they may say, well, I don't like that. I want to play pullbacks. Great. Practice pullbacks. But pulling back to what? A moving average, the VWAP, things like that. I was going to show you this. Okay. I was going to show you this. Um, VWAP alerts. These are rally to the VWAP and pull back to the VWAP. Okay. So now what's the last one? So there isn't, that's where I saw eBay. Okay, I did take eBay. I just wanted to see how this worked. I did take eBay. I think I mentioned that it was sitting right on the VWAP, and at 10:10, of course, the VWAP has probably changed. Yeah, I mean, look at that. So the VWAP has changed. Remember, the VWAP is a changing number all day long. But there was the VWAP at 10:10 for eBay, and when I looked at it, I didn't take it here. I waited as always for a break over 45. And it ran what it ran to. I mean, it wasn't like a monster, but I like to, I'll carve out stuff like this using this rally to the VWAP and pull back to the VWAP. But notice it is not a momentum trade. It's not near the high of the day. But I'm trying to sort of add to my, I guess, my arsenal, and really looking at things that are hovering around and doing things around the VWAP. Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to say one thing. I don't know of any scanner that is free. And I know this is semantics. There are a lot of screeners out there, but we're a scanner. Okay. So the difference between a scanner and a screener is this. I right click on this alert window here. So this is the screening aspect. Okay, a lot of screeners out there. You want to find stocks between $1 and $50, and I mean, I'm using current volume is at least four, trading 4 times normal up to this time of day, 300,000 shares, etc. This is the screening aspect, but this is the scan. We are a real-time alert scanning piece of software. Okay, this is the screening aspect of our software. Lots of screeners out there, but if you just want to see stocks, like this, sure. But what are you going to do with it? And now this is an alert that I use, a new high alert, but we have many, many, many different real-time alerts, all sorts of different trading styles. Okay. So if you're looking for a real-time alert scanner for free, I don't know of any out there that are using true market data. Wow. Guess what I forgot to keep looking at? That's okay. It's hard to, if I weren't moderating, it's possible I would have kept looking at Wolf, but look at Wolf now. It finally settled down a little bit on that 48 break. And from 48, it got down to, wow, 46. So thank you, Jared. Um, so I can give it to you. Okay. I may add it to my homepage, but right now I'll give it to you. You're talking about this one, right? This is in a doc version. So you get them both. So let me find it. File load from cloud. What's it called? Doc VWAP. Here we are. Actually, let me not call it doc. I'm just putting the title there. Okay, and here we go. So there it is. Okay. It'll be the same for the other rooms. Okay, is there a bounce off the 8 EMA alert? No, as crazy as it sounds, we do not have EMA alerts at all. You can use SMAs, but not EMAs. Okay, guys, so hopefully you were watching that pie, okay? And that was my key level. Could it keep below that 80, what it was, 84 something? Come on, right there. And look what happened, okay? And I got below it, and then as it was approaching it, that's when I started taking some off. And then as it started to do this little action, so I'm completely out of it now. Now, you know what? I will put an alert down here though. I will put a price alert down here because I mean, if it gets, I mean, that'll be a pretty big drop again, $6. But the reason I'll do that is that because later on in the day that might happen. And then again, we look left and it still has room down to 77. So yeah, it was an earnings play, Mateo. They released earnings after hours yesterday and the market loved it. Okay, right there. See that big pop? This is after hours. They release at 4 o'clock. Big pop because of earnings. Meanwhile, APLT is on the move here, guys. APLT on the move. APLT, looking at the cheaper ones again. Is that a great run? Doubled in what, 3 days now? Less than 3 days? Do I have a predetermined take? No. No, I mean, as I explained before, my ratio has to be 1 to 2 risk reward. Okay. Now, does that mean obviously there will be times where it can turn into a 1 for 1? I mean, I'll always obey my stops. Okay. So that's that. But sometimes, I mean, I'll watch a stock and it's, and I look at it and say, yes, I can take this trade because my risk reward could be good, could be the minimum that I'm looking for based on the chart. But what could happen is it starts to move and then it stalls. And then maybe the market turns and it starts coming back to my price. I can get out. I'm not going to be stubborn and just, I have to get a 1 for 2, or bust. Okay. So there will be times where I will get less than a 1 for 2 or even just break even. And that's just because, I'm sensing what the market is doing or what it is doing, what the actual stock is doing, how it's trading. But I don't go into the trade just looking for, a 1 for 1. All right, guys. Well, what time is it? 11:21. I'm just going to confirm it's going to be Steve today. Again, sometimes he swaps with Andy, so I'll just confirming it'll be Steve. And by the way, this one that I'm sharing, you're going to hear the ticker called out. I don't think yeah, it has actions. Okay, so you're going to hear the ticker called out. So if you hear the ticker called out, you'll know, and you're wondering where's that coming from? It is coming from here. So if you want to get rid of that, just right click on it, properties, actions, and uncheck the play sound. Okay. Now notice we don't get very many alerts. No, Mateo, no way to predict the jump of Facebook or Meta. Okay. I mean, you could go to Twitter and you could get 50% of the people saying this is going to be a blowout earnings, 50% saying it's not going to be. Who uses Facebook anymore? But no, I mean, I'm not trying to be. I'm not trying to. Really, there's no way to predict. What's going to happen. I mean, believe me, you'll get guys out there who says I predicted this, but they'll clam up if the next time they predict something and it doesn't do that. So there was no way to absolutely predict that Meta was going to have a jump like that. No. I think the thing that really helped was I think I read somewhere where he mentioned AI about 50 times. So even if you were listening or the earnings came out, remember, I mean, I'd have to put a 1 minute chart out, but I mean, this probably moved very quickly. This probably was a very quick move. Meanwhile, the market is still in a mini surge mode here. So you played the bounce on that one, MK, obviously, for Pi. Okay, there's the Atom. Somebody was mentioning Atom. So Atom got as high as 875 in the pre-market. It is an earnings play, but they also had some news, a licensing deal with with STM. So kind of double news for them. Earnings. I don't know what their earnings really said. Such a small company, but reports upbeat results. Oops, wait a minute. That's Meta. And the answer is yes. So it'll be Steve in our YouTube room in about 30 minutes. Okay. Okay, so now looking at Pi here, and I'm sure you know this, who took that trade? MK? Oh, yeah, I was just going to point that out. He's moving into the VWAP, 90.89, so it's getting closer to the VWAP. I mentioned this one a few times yesterday. Didn't really do it, but keep an eye on MORF. Still, it's just kind of hanging around this area. I mean, if it took out 47, maybe the high there, could have a little bit of a run, MORF. Okay, just going to put a price alert there and see what happens. It's got some room to 50. And for you CXAI players, there's a little bit of a movement off 10, but there's the VWAP, 1080. Will it stall it? All right, guys, this could be a signal now here for Overstock, OSTK, earnings play, but it's breaking down through the VWAP. And I think now I know I use pre-market data, but it's breaking down through the VWAP, and it looks like it's challenging that 8 EMA and the 10 SMA. And so this could be the start of a bit of a descent for Overstock. Ooh, boy, here's one I missed. I completely missed this one on the 10-day daily breakdown. I remember seeing it, but just doing too many other things. But look at this. This is great. ENVX, 933 was the alert, 1173 was the price. We are now 1044. Wow, this is an earnings. It's an earnings play. Yeah, I just wrapped up another stuff. That is an awesome one. Look at the percentage move. Let's see the KDP. Let's see if this. I don't think it. Yeah, it had that big move down, and then it came up, holding the VWAP 3354, holding the VWAP. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to put an alert above the highs here, say 3375. The price. See how easy it is to put a price alert, and I'm also going to put a price alert down around that VWAP area. I know the VWAP will change, but in this area here, and see if it breaks out one way or the other. And this is another earnings play, KDP. Oh, another one, boy. I mean, MXL, another one. I mean, they're 2470, 2470, 24. It got down to 2414. Another earnings play, yeah. Earnings plays, yeah. I mean, it's awesome when we're in earnings season, guys. Yeah, I'm just going to get rid of that little comment, okay, about women. Okay. MCRB did it, yeah. So at least that was right. The MCRB did kind of hold this area. I didn't think it would break down through this area. So at least that was right. And love, I don't know. Let's see, 2909 was the alert. Yeah, it's doing nothing. So guys, I'll also put this link in here, and this is where our test drive now is set June 15th to, sorry, June 5th, right? June 5th. I think it's June 20th, but I want to, June 20th. Okay, so an often asked questions is, do you have a free trial? No, we don't have free trials. We can't have free trials because we have to pay the data fees to the exchanges, okay? And they don't care that yeah, but we'd like our customers to try us out. That's fine. So we do have to collect a little bit of money. So I'm just going to give you this here, the test drive. Yeah, Carl, we don't have bounces off we don't have EMAs at all on alerts. Well, I would say, specific stocks is probably the most active. I mean, remember, but I don't know what you guys see. I mean, I know when there's something here because I see a little number. I mean, of course, I'm flipping back and forth because I don't know if something's being asked. But if you're just interested in people talking about a specific stock, then that's where you want to be. You see, this is what happens when I see it. So I see a one. So now I know there's. But so if you're just interested in looking at specific stocks, no, there's no. No, sorry, yeah, Carl. If we don't have the data point, we have no data points for the for EMAs at all. So you cannot create it on your own. Okay, so what I dropped in here was the test drive. Okay, so when you click on it, this is what you're going to see. So the next test drive, we have basically finalized it June the 5th to June the 20th. That is 10 trading days. Okay, 10 trading days. And so if you give us your email now and sign up, what will happen is if you're interested, and it'll cost $11.11, you'll have access to the full product. Okay, for those 10 trading days. And so again, if you give us your email and then do the sign up, then maybe about a week, maybe 2 weeks, but certainly no more than a week, you'll get an email saying, okay, here's the sign up procedure. Here's how you pay for it. Here it is when it's going to start, just in case, maybe we make a change. But I'm pretty sure it's set June 5th to June 20th. Okay. So, but if you sign up, then you'll get an email later on saying, okay, here's the deal on it. Okay. Wow. I'm not in the eBay anymore, but look at that. Look at that eBay getting closer to the high of the day here. All right, now, guys, you notice here the rally to the VWAP. Now, the way I look at this, it's interesting because I would have thought the rally to the VWAP would be a more of a short op, but Michael Noss put this together a while ago, okay, and I think I've modified it a little bit, but so in green, in theory, that's sort of a long signal, and red is a short signal, but so it's rallying into the VWAP. But I guess my idea would be, okay, what did it do there? Is it going to pop through it, or is that going to stall it and then move down? So there's rum right at the VWAP. Oh, this is a good one. This is a nice one. This MXL on that 10-day daily breakdown. So when you look left on the weekly chart, what are we going to see? I mean, you've got to go back. Ah, it's actually an AI alert also. Didn't know that. Or daily watch list alert. So you've got to go back to not quite 3 years ago before we see those lows for MXL. So let's take a look at MXL, okay? And the way it appeared in, I call it our daily watch list. Okay, so it was a short op at 942. The entry, the trigger was at 2566. And that happened, yeah, on that candle right there. That's a 15-minute candle. Now, there's the stop. 25, I'm sorry, that's not the stop. The stop is way up here, okay? So, no, so if you were going to take this trade, and I'm not sure I would have because, well, it's maybe, yeah, I think there was enough room because the suggestion is if you got in at 2566 and here's your stop at 28, let's make the maths. Yeah, that's what is about a dollar 40 stop. That means you would have had to been able to look left, a dollar 40 stop, and could you make 280 on this trade? Well, I guess looking left, not really. There's really no resistance nearby anyway. So yeah, you could have taken that trade as an example. Okay, but look what happened. First of all, after the alert, really didn't get back up to the alert price. It's just, but it wasn't a rocket ship right off the bat. So you had all sorts of time to kind of wait on it. Okay, and then finally, in fact, even if you'd said, you know what, I want to see it take out the VWAP, you could have waited for if that's your style. That's why I'm calling this a watch list now. Okay, your style may have been, no, look at this. It took out the VWAP, and maybe even put the VWAP as your stop instead of way up here. There's it's up to you. You have to practice trading. Yeah, I can give you. I might add it to my homepage. So there you go. Okay, there it is, Nick. Rally to the View app. Mm-hmm. You are right. Top is flying again, and it is flying again. Yeah, it looks like it's yeah, it's halted again. Now, I jokingly said, there's the next high looking left, 29.44. When it was at 14, I said, well, we're about halfway there. I mean, I'm looking right here, 1950, 1950. This is, again, this screen you're seeing here, this window you're seeing here is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Now, your broker should have something similar. So this is showing, well, you can see top there, there's the halt at 1717. This is giving you maybe an inkling about where it might open. Okay, this is not written in stone, but you can see how this moves around or changes. Now, if it's a 10-minute halt, we got halted at 11:43, but some of these have been 10-minute halts. Okay, you can see right now. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So these have been 5-minute halts. So typically they are 5-minute halts. So this is halt at 11:43 plus 1 second. So if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll be 11:48 plus 1 second. But if it's not a 5-minute halt, typically then they're multiples of five. So the next one, so it could be a 10-minute halt. So far, they have been 5-minute halts. So really, I know somebody sent in an email the other day saying it'd be nice to have a countdown somewhere, a 5-minute countdown on the chart. I guess. I mean, I guess that would be nice to have. All I do, of course, is just look at my computer clock. Okay. So I mean, I know, it's going to be. It should be if it's going to be a 5-minute halt, 11:48. So my computer clock or within my broker tells me the time. So I know enough to look at that. I'm not saying it wouldn't be nice to have a little countdown there, but I don't know. I mean, there's so many things they're trying to do, or developers, that would probably be low down on the list. And here's another one, guys, on the way here, BGFV, Big Five Sporting Goods has earnings next week. But coming into what I consider could be a big resistance area. Is this shortable? It is shortable. There's the VWAP, 823. All right, guys. Well, this BGFE, let's see if there's any news on it. I mean, no news. It's just maybe it's an anticipation of earnings. I don't know. There's the atom. Adam. So again, look left, or sorry, look. If you, I think it's a good idea to just keep an eye on where was the first alert for any of these. And that's what this right-hand column is doing. Don't repeat. Okay. How well did it do from the initial alert? And this is giving you, again, every time it makes a new high, it'll appear right at the top of the list every time, and the time and the price. Okay? You just won't see it. So if you've got my momentum scanner up, you might say, well, wait a minute, it doesn't look like this. You're right. I made a change yesterday. I think this is so you're not overwhelmed with seeing the same symbol over and over and over and over again. But there's no question that BGFV is on fire right now. Pretty low float, 29, 20, about 21 million in the float. And so you've put the sound alert on it. You'll know to look at this window right there. You'll know to look at it and just look at the top, and you'll see the last one that made a new high out of this list. AUPH, let's take a look at AUPH. So the ENVX just made it in now to the option volume scanner, I say. Just made it in. A little late, but I'm just looking here. See, just made it in. The reason why, and I'm guessing, you see the relative volume is only 3. And I think my minimum here is 3. Yeah, see, my relative volume has to be at least 3, and it just snuck in now. But so ENVX is now now it's an option play. It's too late. Don't get me wrong, it is too late. Really, Jerry Springer. Wow, what a haven't heard his name for a long time. All right, guys, it's 11:51. So what I'm going to do now, Steve sometimes shows up a little bit early because he can't go right till 1 o'clock. He's got all sorts of meetings right around then. So what I'm going to do is, and I don't know if he's going to show up early, but what I'm going to do is put the YouTube link in, and you can head over, listen to Steve between approximately 12 and 1 o'clock. And again, he is the originator of the trades of the week, and he's also, you want to talk about anchored VWAP and things like that, he's your man. That's almost one of the most famous palindromes. You know, like that grumpus, a man, a plan, Panama. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put the announcement in here. Yeah, I don't recall, yeah, Jerry Springer being like that. I think it was more, yeah, what's his name? Maury, yeah, not Maury Povich. Keep an eye, guys. I know I've said, wow, this ENVX, this is, well, if I hadn't been so wrapped up in the other things, but look at this. I mean, these are just fantastic moves here, percentage wise. You know, the MXL, is it still? Yeah, so that's finally had a bit of a bounce, but you know, that's about a 70, 80 cent move from here. But this ENVX, again, guys, these are ideas, okay? Always ideas. It doesn't mean, you know, when you get the alert, you just pile into the trade. You know, so you have to kind of check to see, look at this ENVX though. Wow. I mean, now when you look left, 943 is the next low looking left. I mean, will that stall it? But you can just see, look left before 1063. So 1173 was the alert. So when you look left, remember now the price was up here, you look left and that was $1 away. So you could have taken that trade. You know, I mean, $1 away, assuming your stop was going to be less than 50 cents. And then, of course, hoping that it would break through that. And now you've got, you know, you've got this area down here for ENVX. And I'm not saying to take it now. I mean, it's too extended now, but meanwhile, running up, running up, running up. BGFV, just like this is exploding like tops for some reason. Yeah, they don't have earnings until the second, but something is putting a charge into it right now. Tore through that VWAP, 844, tore through it. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute now in the main room and in Discord. I'm just going to wait for Steve to show up in our YouTube room. You know, talk to you YouTubers now. What's that rum doing? So, okay, so there's the rum and it broke through the VWAP. How much? I don't know. I mean, there was the alert right there at 20, sorry, 773. I have to check these out to see how many of them get stalled at the VWAP and move down because I'm always thinking that is more likely, but so far they have broken. Now maybe it's the market too, I mean, running with the market, a lot of these. Okay, guys. All right, guys, you get back to general market talk, okay? In that tab. Unless Jerry Springer's death is going to affect the market. Well, the MCRB is making a challenge here again of this level that I thought might stall it. And there he is, the little ping that tells me that Mr. Gomez is in the room.
Hello, Barry.
Hello.
All right. You got. Let me just bring up the feed
All right.
and share my screen.
And you probably can't go to 1 o'clock, right? You have some stuff happening at 1, so you want me to show up a little early?
A little bit early, yeah. It's pretty much slammed from here until the end of time.
Okay, the end of time, the end of days.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So, yeah, I haven't been doing much. I've been doing a lot of other stuff. Haven't been doing a whole lot of trading, but we'll work through the session and see what people want to talk about.
Yeah, okay. Well, I had a great short in PI. I've expanded my zone of what I'll look at in terms of price range. I did that yesterday with the ENPH, and typically I don't trade anything over 30, but I dipped my finger in the water on that ENPH, and I looked at Pi today, the same thing. So yeah, and they're all earnings plays, of course. That's why.
Mm. Nice. Well,
Yeah, it took it underneath 90. I didn't take, I waited for 90 and I wanted to get down to about 83. And now it's popped back up again, but that was a nice run down.
so earnings season's in full swing and NASDAQ is happy.
NASDAQ's happy. Well, I guess with Meta, I mean, yeah, I don't know how many people said, Meta's coming out with earnings after hours. It's going to be terrible. It's going to drag the whole market down, and boom.
Yep. They fooled
You
me. I
know,
didn't think they were going to be so well either. So
there you go.
there
I'm
you
sure you
go.
were, I don't know if you were trying to put the kiss of death on Meta or anything like that. But I mean, you just never know.
Nope.
You just absolutely never know.
You never know how the market's going to react.
Exactly. I think he said AI 50 times or something like that in
Oh,
his conference call, and I think that's what got everybody excited.
well, they are
So,
doing things over there with AI, that's for sure. So,
yep. Okay, I have to
oh,
vacuum. So
all right,
it's
enjoy.
vacuuming day.
Rug,
Okay.
rugs and carpet. Yes.
No rugs. We have no rugs.
Oh,
Everything is
okay. Well, then
hardwood.
floors and garden.
Okay.
All
Okay,
right.
Steve.
See ya.
Bye.
All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to my desktop. What is it you would like to talk about? Give me 1 second. I'm going to refresh the coffee. All right. So, if anybody has been sent here for some support, now is the time. We've got a full hour. It's the real purpose of these afternoon sessions, not only to give Barry a break so he can go do his Zen garden with his vacuum on his floor, but to also give people a chance that are newer users or users that have a question or stuck with something on the software that would like to get some help. All right, Carl. A couple of trend following scans and ideas. Let's see. Well, I have a couple ideas. Let's see. This first one, this is an alert. And we don't want to look at meta. That's kind of not what we want. But this trend following alert is, I'll show you. We'll break it open and I'll give you a look at it. What it's looking at is a 15-minute low on the 15-minute chart. I'm looking for, that's probably a good one right there, this SLM. This is what I like. Okay, so it's a strong trending chart on the daily, but what's happening is we are setting an alert for a 15-minute low, but that 15-minute low has to show up here at the 10-period SMA on my 15-minute chart. So it's showing me an intraday pullback into the 15-minute SMA, the 10 SMA, which I like. And so right here, this one is, the arrow is pointing to that prior candle, letting me know that we pulled back 15-minute low into that moving average. So this could be an area that you could bid into or buy, because they're always going to be strong charts. And when we look at these different symbols here, you're going to see the daily chart is in fact strong. Here's another one. Not a lot of volume today, but QUE, up, down, and it's just kind of hanging out here at that 10 SMA. So this is a scan, and I can share it with you. That's kind of a contrarian scan, looking for ideas midday. So here's another one, MMSI. Earlier, look at that red candle, popped down right on the 10 SMA. We got our alert triggered, and the buyers stepped in because it's a strong stock. And the way I have it configured, I'm looking for things that can bounce off that intraday moving average. So right off the bat, I can share this with you. That's just called pullback to the 10 SMA. Now that's an alert. Now, of course, we've also got top list, which is a scan of filters. Now, these aren't really doing anything per se in the moment, but they're showing me from top to bottom which stocks have the highest short float. CXAI, what the heck is going on here? This thing's got supposedly an 85% short float of 1.7 million. So if you like action and you like craziness, this is probably a name you want to keep on your radar. Because if this thing starts to go, and here's what we'll do, we'll just come up here to today's high, we'll put in a price alert, and we've turned that scan into an actual alert with that price alert. So if it goes to make a new high, we'll get alerted to it. But the point being is this is a recipe for a short squeeze, very tiny float, 1 million shares, 85% supposedly are short. So this is what I call the A table. It's also a good short, basically it's a short squeeze scan, Carl. So everything up here at the top basically just has a very high short float. Now this is interesting. So you have to use the scan, go through, and then come back and look at the daily chart. Put yourself in the shoes of somebody who was short with 39% other people. This particular one, ARQT. And when you look at that daily chart, I'm just going to go ahead and do it right now. If we get a break above that range, do you think the short sellers are going to feel comfortable? And if they don't feel comfortable, they're going to probably panic and get out, and they have to buy to get out. So it creates a short squeeze. So this is a list of ideas that are always there for you, but you have to keep an eye on them and use your own price alerts to see if something happens that you like. I believe that's the cloud scan for it. So this, Iris, the scan that I shared, if you open it up, it's only going to show you the last one. MMSI. That was the only one it's showing you. Well, I'm not sure why. Run a history and then run it live again. Can you explain what stocks that bounce off your moving average are more interesting than wanting to see stocks at that moving average? Well, I want to see them at that moving average, and I'm hoping that they bounce off that moving average. So if I'm looking for a play and I feel like the pattern is strong and the daily chart is strong and the consolidation is good on the intraday, and that alert showed me that, hey, the price just came and touched the 10 SMA there, sometimes that's a good entry point, because if you're wrong, then you're not too wrong. You can get out pretty quickly for a small paper cut. Now, let me qualify this as well. You see this traded below, but my rule of thumb is the 15-minute candle has to close above that moving average on the 15-minute time frame. So what that means is you can run down and trade through it mid candle, but I want to wait for that candle to close. That's what I will do. I do that because so many times I've panicked and gotten out mid candle because it broke that line, only to see it bounce back up and hold that line and move higher without me. So since then, I've made a rule that I want to see the candles close. The same thing with the daily charts. I want to see the candles close. As a swing trader, I want to know what the end result is going to look like that day. When people go home and study their charts, that's what they're going to see. That's why I try not to pound out of swing trades midday. I want to just evaluate them at the end of the day and see where they are. I don't have a whole lot going on right now. I'm still in PSLV. It doesn't look great, but it's holding. And again, I'm just kind of parking money there. I'm not trying to trade it for the most part. I'm in MindMed. I liked this stock for the last year, so I've been following it, but got back in down here. I watched that volume pop up, and on the pullback, I actually had a great starter position on the red candle day. I watched it gap up and said, oh, crap, they came out with some good news or whatever. And then I pulled it back up later that day and it filled the gap. And I said, well, I can't go wrong here. And that was my entry point. So that was a no pain entry. And what I will often do is let it breathe. All right, the stock breathe. And yesterday, guess what? I added to it. I added to it right as I talked about closing candles right there at the daily moving average. It told me the candle wicked, tailing, bottoming tail, and popped back up and held the closing price of that 10-day MA. So those are two names that I am in right now. I'm also in CDE, and this thing's pissing me off. Silver miner. Look at that. I've been in this one for a while, actually. Held through all that, and I really kind of thought we would hold back here. Added a little bit back here. Again, this was kind of a long-term position, but I'll tell you what, guys, if this thing can't hold the 50-day moving average by the end of the day, I'm getting out. And the deal is, I'm bullish on the metals, but when it comes to these mining stocks, there's still equities. There's still people in boardrooms and greed and trickery and bullshit and misdirection. There's still stocks. And so at the end of the day, you don't really know what's going on with some of these companies. I'm bullish on the underlying silver and gold big time, but it's really hard to gauge some of these miners the way in which they just reverse hard. Sure, let's do that. That's a good question for Lou. Can you mention your parameters to set up low float and short share scanner that you mentioned a few minutes ago? So yeah, this is it, and this is the cloud code above. I knew Patrick was going to weigh in on that. So here, I call it the A table for a reason. The scan has been around for a while, and when we were in a raging bull market, I used my stock composite rating. All right, the stock composite rating is basically about 10 filters that guarantees the higher the score, the more higher quality the chart will look. And it's kind of like a college grading curve. So 80 and above are going to be like your B students. 90 and above are going to be your top A students. And so I used to use a value in the stock composite rating of 90. Watch what happens if I put 90 in right now. We lose just about everything. Look, there's nothing in there. So you can see there's a great moral to that story. 2 years ago in the raging bull market of 2020, I named it the A table because I wanted to find stocks that were strong with a composite rating, but also had a high short float. Meaning, why are there so many shorts in this thing? What are they missing? Because the price keeps going higher. these are probably good recipes for short squeezes. So fast forward to the bear market we're in today, or the sideways chop that you want to call it. And I decided to just say, forget it. Forget the stock composite rating. Just put it back down to F, which is a 50, and show me all stocks that have a short float above 20%. Now, Lou, what we could do is we could take it to the next level, and we could take float. All right, you could take your copy of what I put above there. It's in the cloud code. And if you only wanted to see, and we'll do it here just for fun, if you only wanted to see stocks that were under 10, 10 million share float, that's only going to show us the crazy small floats. And we've got 4 of them. So here's the one we identified a few minutes ago, CXAI, very small float. LUCY, another small float, but look at the daily. The shorts are winning on the daily. MicroStrategy, always been a high short float stock, but only 9 million. Interesting. So that could be one you could watch. So you see what I did there, Lou? I basically turned off the float filter, or I turned on a float filter to show me all the stocks that are super low float. We could play around with that, and we could raise that to 20 million. That'll bring in some more names, but we're capping it at small cap, low float stocks. Love is a new one. Riley. So what I've done is I just want to say, I don't really care about the float. If it's small, that's a bonus, but just show me in the most simplest form here, all of the stocks with high short float. So I can see them all, and I can evaluate them one by one. And if I see something I like, then as I said earlier, we'll put in, like, if this consolidation breaks out there, maybe I want to see that. So I'll create a price alert in real time. And now I've just alerted myself to the possibility of a short squeeze. So hopefully that helps, Lou. That's really the basics of what I'm using for that. Yep, Patrick, the miners are just a joke. They really are a joke. I have to remind myself, in the end, they're still stocks with human beings sitting around a boardroom with greed and fear and sometimes malicious intent and just misdirection. It's not unheard of for some of these companies to get people to come in, pump their stock up. They bail and then drop a secondary. Those kind of things don't happen with the commodities themselves. And so PSLV is my guy. Would be fired for the allocation percentage I have in my 401k if I was a professional money manager, but that's just me. That's the risk I'm taking. Pretty shallow pullback, big pullback in the miners, as I'm saying, it's illustrating, but a very shallow pullback in the metal itself, the commodity. Look, let's go mark up horizontal line. We're talking pivot line here, it looks like. Let's bring that more into play. It got moved. Here we go. So what was prior resistance back here earlier in the year at about the 830, 840 level in PSLV? We broke through, and now we're coming back and knocking on the level. I would call that a pivot level. Yeah, it's below the moving averages, and they don't look great, but it's a shallow pullback compared to a silver miner like CDE with a nasty deep pullback. That's kind of what I was trying to get at. All right, Cam, I'm having a little bit of trouble learning what to look out for when looking at the market, like a bounce or a continuation. Can you give me some clarification? Well, there's many different ways to trade. Barry trades momentum, where he's looking for like a pullback, and then when it moves back higher through another level, he'll jump back in. Personally, I like to buy pullbacks more and lean on certain areas. So with that said, let's go through an exercise here. This is the relative strength race. Just shows where all the action is. Again, these names right here were auto-generated because I've been running the race since the open. And so I can go through, and it's a good time of day now to just see what's happening. Is there anything consolidating here? Well, I don't want to chase that. But if we look in hindsight, we'll see some other setups earlier in the day. Okay, that doesn't look anything on the daily. We saw that one earlier. Not really seeing anything interesting in here today. But I've got some other thoughts, don't worry. Okay, this IMMX, interesting. See how it came up, channeled, and sideways for a while. These are the kind of things, we're a little bit late for the moment, but about an hour and a half after the open, when you go through and look at these races, let's do this instead. Let's go backwards and just play the time machine hindsight game. So you pull up a race and you see this. It went to highs, pulled back, went up, pulled back, but now it's finding this rising 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. This is my number one indicator that I like to use. And so what I'll try to do is find stuff that's in play. Relative volume is strong. Okay, relative volume. We've got great volume. It's on the races. I like to try and pick a spot right there on that line, and that's my entry. Now, if the stock bleeds lower, you get out. If it closes lower, you get out. So in this case, in hindsight, leaning on that line would have been a nice intraday play. Now, fast forward, you get this big green bar push up here. You start selling some. You really want to start getting rid of a little bit and paying yourself as it stretches to new highs, because it's just a matter of time, as you can see, before it pulls back into that moving average again. So it's really just kind of leaning on this moving average that I like to do. But the point is, Cam, what do you focus on? This is just one scan. It's also important to look at the sectors and see what are the strong sectors today. Okay, so far solar seems to be pretty darn strong. Home builders, REITs are strong. So you can go through a sector by sector basis, but you want volume, you want relative volume, you want action. It's just a matter of, do you want to buy the breakout or do you want to buy the pullback? For me personally, when I buy breakouts, I feel like that's it. I'd rather be the person buying the pullback and anticipating the breakout. And then if I get the breakout, then I'm selling it. I'm selling it to the people who are chasing the breakout. And that just seems to work better for me over time. But what Barry does works extremely well for him as well, also. So there's no one right answer to that. What I'll also tell you is, let's do this. Let's just play around here. All right. Let's see if I can find a setup that might be worth simulating. Okay. Bear with me. I want to find a good one. All right, this looks like a new issue. Normally, I don't play these things, but here's the pullback, right? The breakout pulled back. So what I want to show you guys is, remember, you all have access to Brokerage Plus, and you just log in, Trade Ideas, connect, disconnect, simulator. But we're trying to get away from this spready grid sheet look. Okay, watch what I'm going to do. I've already programmed, by the way, just bring it back up. I've already programmed my buy and sell button up here, which is chart default is going to be, where is it? Buy $10,000 at a limit, $10,000 worth of stock at a limit price. So that's my programmed buy button strategy. So forget that. We just come in here, we say, oh, look at this pullback. I'm going to go ahead and buy. I'm going to drop my price right in there. See if I can get a fill. I might need to move that up a skosh. And that is, there we go. It dropped and turned into a buy tag. Did everybody see that? It dropped into a buy tag. There's no reason now that you really need to pull up Brokerage Plus, because we now are simulating this. So the reason I'm saying this is, if you're looking for ideas, you don't need to run out and start using your own money to start experimenting. Use our simulator, all right, to decide, hey, do I want to buy pullbacks on stocks that are strong with some action today, using that 10 SMA, which is right there. Now, if we spread this sheet open, look at what we've got. We've got all we need to know right here. I'm down $11. I've got 2,300 shares. quickly, I'm going to adjust my stop. That's a bit close. All right, let's move that down below the 10 SMA. Now I've got an active simulated trade. This is how you're going to learn what works best for you and what doesn't. By all means, don't use real money when you're trying to figure out what to do. This is why we have this simulator, and we're trying to really pound home the concept of practice, 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 and find out what is your comfort level, what works for you, and then you make that transition to start, scaling up into live. Yeah, I like the 10 SMA on the 15. I don't do anything on the 1 minute. For me, the 1 minute is where the algorithms live, and I don't want to confuse myself with that noise. To me, 1 minute equals the noise that I don't want. That's not to say that it doesn't work for others. The Bull Bears guys, Andrew and his friend, I can't remember, I think, they are very good at a niche of a stock that's traded up, up, up and gone parabolic. And then what they do is they sit there and they watch that 1 minute chart, and they use that 1 minute chart for that moment that they feel is an early warning or an early notice of the momentum dying out. And then they start shorting. So for them, the 1 minute chart works great on what they're trying to do. For me, the 1 minute chart is just too much noise. So I'm not trying to discount it. I'm just saying it doesn't work in my purview. Let me show you how I like to use RSI. I actually have an example here. I was looking at something the other day, Playboy stock, right? Everybody knows Playboy. We've heard of Playboy. Pretty big brand name to be down here at $1 at this point. Maybe there's something left in this thing, but when we look at RSI, I use exactly divergence. So what I'm going to show you, Cam, here is lower lows in the price. That's a horrible draw. Let's try that again. Lower lows in the price, but higher lows in the RSI. So what we've got here is a bullish divergence case. It's very difficult to jump into a stock in a downtrend and say, this is the moment it's going to reverse. But when you start to see the underpinnings down here of the RSI going to new lows, but with less energy, you start to make a case for that. So I will use RSI on the daily chart. That's really where I was going with that. I don't like it so much on the intraday. I like it more on the daily. And same with anchored VWAP. I'll use anchored VWAP on the daily a lot too. How do I choose what time frame and moving average? I used it because if you saw my day, I've got about 27 tabs open here and chats going left and right. I don't have the time to focus on tick by tick, so I don't day trade. If I did day trade, I'd be using a 5-minute chart probably and be looking for more quick moves. But I have to just kind of check in with my positions and go back to other things. And so that's why I don't want the noise in my charts. So 15 minutes is all the time frame I need for the types of moves that I'm looking for. A couple day holds, catch something, and then it starts to go after I bought it and anticipated it. Maybe I sat for a day or two, but all of a sudden it's having its day. I'm going to be the guy trying to sell new highs in small pieces to try and pay myself. All right. Yeah, cool, Cam. I'm glad that resonates with you. So yeah, that whole workflow there is really something we're trying to instill upon people. Now I understand human nature. You come in, you see the bills and the lights, and you see people making money, and you want to get right into it. And a lot of people, you're smart, and even though you're smart and you built another business from the ground up, doesn't mean you're going to come in and find success on day one trading. You've got to find your niche, find your comfort level, find your risk tolerance, and find out what works for you. Again, I make most of my decisions at the end of the day. Do I want to keep this one overnight? Boy, it's closing pretty weak on lows. And it's closing under a key moving average with 5 minutes to go in the day. I'm going to let this one go, hypothetically. That's what I do each and every day at the end of the day. But that's just me. There's a bunch of news. Playboy's changed. Playboy's probably sitting on a really interesting, if we want to get into it, Joseph, really interesting cultural pivot point here, right? I think we can all agree when we look at out there in the news and some of the insanity we see out there that some people don't want to call it insanity, but I'll call it insanity. There might be a yearning for the pendulum to swing back to maybe a bit more traditional type stuff. And Playboy, that brand, could really be there to catch that. I might consider it. Honestly, I might consider it. I just would rather wait for it to break and close above, because for me, until it gets back above the stranglehold this 10 SMA has on it, all it's got going for it right now is that little divergence that I pointed out. So it's a gamble down here. But at $1.60, Playboy, they got 33 million in cash. It's probably a good case to be made for that. I don't have any, but that's not to say I might not. So that was, the example using RSI. For the person who asked about RSI, choose not to use it in the middle of the day. As long as they don't endorse Budweiser. That's my point. I think we're at a crossroads where culturally people are maybe ready for a break from the insanity. It is insanity. So I'm going to watch. it. It's on the radar. If this thing could really clear and post a close above that 20 SMA, there might be a change in the winds. But this is the kind of thing where you could wake up the next day and it's at $6 because, somebody bought it out or whatever. Who knows? It's also the kind of thing that could go sour. You never know. Wake up the next day and it's even worse. It's a gamble. That's why it's down here at these levels. MindMed, on the other hand, is not different. See how it's different? Back here, let's go backwards in MindMed. This is what Playboy looks like now. All right, it's still under pressure, but all of a sudden MindMed started making some noise, and then boom, big gap up, pulled back, found support. Now it's changed its tune here, so I don't mind being long this one, which I am. JETF, let's take a look at that. Yes, I see what you're saying. If you want to get excited and high on the MJ sector, there's your bullish divergence on the RSI. Lower lows in price, higher lows in RSI. So sometimes that can signal and portend a change. It's a really, really cool indicator when it works, because it's almost like, how did you know that? Yeah, the Widowmaker like UNG, that poor thing. Just can't get out of its own way. Amazing this thing was above $30. Yeah, the MJ stock. It's an exciting thing, but it's not a great business model when you've got everybody growing it and selling it under the radar. Makes it kind of hard for the people that are on the up and up, doing all the hard work with the taxes and the licensing and the bull crap they have to put up with to open up their shop and hire security guards and cash. And then you just got the fly-by-night dealers who come by and just undercut you. Kind of sucks for them. Who has it worse, UNG or MJ? That's a good question. Who has more upside? Probably not gas. They can only pull so much of that out at a time. All right. I think I caught up with some questions and conversations. Anybody here that was sent by support that needs any help for something, demonstration on something? I'm all yours for another 20 minutes or so. Boy, that IONQ, really crappy trade of the week. Blasted all the way down through its AVWAP and then found the 50-day moving average. So I was in and out of that one in one day. Didn't work. Yeah, so hello KR, the 130. So let's so you've got a 130. It looks so just to clarify, on the 15-minute chart, we go to indicators, you go to simple moving average, and you put 130 periods in your 15-minute chart, SMA. And what that does is it divides perfectly into 5 days. And so when we do that and we zoom out, we start to see the 5-day moving average on my 15-minute chart. And as you can see here, it became a level of interest there. For the most part, IONQ might bounce right into there, but it will become a level of interest there as well. So yeah, those are the only two moving averages I use on my 15-minute chart. And a lot of times this will become kind of a pinch play, right? The IONQ might keep moving higher and grinding up underneath this 5-day moving average. And that becomes a level of interest as the pinch works itself out, whichever direction it goes, you kind of lean on that direction. Do you have a KR? Do you have a symbol we want to look at together? I'm not sure which chart you were talking about. Would I ever overlay moving averages? Yeah, I'll do that. Well, you can't share the chart in here. It doesn't allow you to upload any images or links. Sorry. Would you ever overlay moving averages? Yeah, I'll overlay the AVWAP sometimes. I'll go in there and draw that. All right, Joseph, I'm really new. Good. Could you take me through making an automated strategy and placing it in Odds Maker Simulated? Yeah, let's do that. IONQ. Okay, IONQ. That's what I've got for my 130. Oh, I bet you I know what's happening. I bet you're looking at pre-market and post-market. If that's the case, I don't use those in my calculation. That very well could be the issue. KR. Okay, so Joseph, let's see. Yeah, I've got some ideas. Let's pull something off the shelf here, and I'm going to load it from the cloud. We're going to combine. We're going to use that 130 indicator. So I've got a couple scans that use that 130. Support at the 5-day 130. So let's look at that. So let's open that scan. Do we have anything? No, we don't even have anything on that. Try again. Yeah, the pre and post, it's really, shoot, I didn't mean to do that. It's really a preference as to whether or not you want to see pre and post. I don't like those calculations. Let's try this. Slam into the 130. Do we have anything on here? Yes. Okay, so this is a short strategy. Sometimes we have to look at short strategies, but here's everything that came through today. So this is looking at, what are we looking at? A new high. However, we're using that 130 period. So it's a new high within 0.1% above and below. And then we stop seeing the new highs if it moves beyond that. So as I say, the 130 is a level of interest. And so in this case, we're using something that's come up from underneath, and we'll use that level of interest to say, what if the moment that this came out, let's look at another one real quick, PDD. There it is right there. Ooh, that's sweet. So this is pretty sweet. This is exactly what I'm scanning for, you guys. All right. And it's a good question that Joseph brought up. So we're going to say what happens. There's our alert. If we go short every time this alert triggers a new high, which is slamming into the 130. Now, believe it or not, guys, this is how you trade a bear market. Buying dips, if you're buying dips out there and it's not working and you're frustrated, we're not in a bull market. So you have to be contrarian. So here we go. So that's step one. We're bringing up the scan. Now to his question, let's back test it and see what happens. So if we look at that, maybe a 2-day hold, slam into that. Let's see if it can be a good swing trade for a 2-day swing trade. So we'll go back test strategy. We're going to open up everything here as much as we can. I'll show you the reason why. Timed exit at the market open day after tomorrow. We'll call it maybe a 2-day trade. We'll play around with that. Risk management, here's the important part. We're using percents. Let's see if we can, make 5%, but we're only risking 1.5% on the stop. Okay, so ideally we don't want to go 1.5% above that 130. Let's test it for all days here. Let's just test the last 30 days. And we'll simulate a sell. That's the button you got to hit, simulate sell. Are limit orders better for free commission brokers? Limit orders are better for you because you're going to get your price. Giving them market order just allows them to put pennies in their pocket 1,000,000 times a day. They can also see your limit orders so they know where you are, but there's no real change or benefit for free commissions. But I like limit orders. But I also trust market orders. Sometimes if I want in, I don't care. It's like, boom, market, get me in. Go ahead, take the half of a penny that you guys just arbitraged on 13 different exchanges to facilitate my order. Have at it. Good on you. Well done. Okay, so here is our base result of shorting. We had 356 shorts, very low win percentage. But here's where we take it to the next step, Joseph, and I think you might like this. So all we did was back test that strategy over 30 days, but now we can dig in and we go to optimization. Optimization gives us these tabs down here. Well, price seems like it works at every price level, but this is going to be interesting. Time of day, and there it is. Interesting. Let's break this down a little more. Even 30-minute intervals. Perfect. That's exactly what I want to see. So notice that pretty much everything. We could even go to 15 just to see what that looks like. We're getting a heat map here. So this seems to be our sweet spot, quite honestly. I'm going to show you this, all right? From 8:15 my time to 9:59. So these are Pacific times. See, there's a bit more red here earlier in the day. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say this strategy seems to work best 11:15 Eastern all the way down till 1 o'clock Eastern. So what we do with this information is we take this first run, right, that had all these 356 trades and worked okay, but then it's kind of not done much. Let's run it again. But here's what we're going to do. What did I say it was? 8:15 my time to 10 o'clock my time. So there's a very small window that the data shows this particular fading contrarian short strategy works. So there's our window. Let's simulate and see if we get a much higher content. All right, so we cut our trades in half. We're now getting a higher risk P&L return, but we still have 178 trades. That's a lot of trades. Optimization again. Well, here's where you can really go down the rabbit hole. We go to filters, and let's see if there's anything to be determined what happened based on the change in the S&P that day. S&P change today. Look at all these filters we can go down. So there is my heat map for S&P change. And oh, look at this. So it's basically telling me we made more money doing this when the S&P was up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab that heat map level of green and make that the minimum. Right click. We're now adding a filter that says the S&P change has to be that. Here's our configuration. Whether or not it makes sense to you in your mind, it doesn't matter. The data shows us clearly that the S&P and that time of day works the best. All right, so let's run it again since we made a change. Simulate sell. Our time is set the same. I have a feeling this third run is going to be pretty decent. And so, Joseph, this is a quick, there we go. Look at all that dark green. All I did was dig into the time of day and what was the S&P doing on that day. And we went from this 356 trades over 30 days with not much to show in the color to 92 trades over 30 days, 75% winner. This thing is off the charts. So it's so good, I'm going to share it as it is. I'm going to share this as it is configured. Use this and watch this as a short selling strategy. And I'm going to drop it in here. Short at the 130, I think it's called, or slam it to the 150. But take those ideas as they come, and then start practicing the chart buy and sells, or you can use just the brokerage plus. But simulate your trades if you're new, and start seeing, hey, this back test we just ran was pretty darn good, honestly. And remember, that was for a 3-day hold. You can experiment with that. Let's experiment and see what it does if we did a additional day, one more day. Does that one extra day give us a little extra profit? I don't know. Ooh, no, it doesn't. It didn't like that at all. So maybe even a shorter time frame from that first hold. Yes, it'll calculate percent. I'll go back to the results. Timed exit. We'll go back to that. Simulate sell. Okay, so everything you want to see is up here. Average winner, $1.20. Average loser, 43 cents. Strategy return, 14% over 30 days. Annualized, off the charts. You can come in here and click this calendar, and that calendar gives you a list of the stocks that it traded. And you can click into them and look, there it is right there, that arrow going back on that day. We're going back in history here, so you got to look at the arrows. And boom, that day sold off hard after that day. So all the data is there, all the summary data that you would want, Joseph, is there. But that's a crash course in how to use the back testing. And again, this optimization tab is your step one. Go to the time of day, see if you've got a lot of green in there. If there's a red time of day where there's a big block of 3 hours that says red, don't trade this strategy this time of the day, then don't do it. Block that out of your strategy. And of course, if you don't remember what time of day is the right time of day to trade it, we always have the time filter. You can say, only show me these trades, right? And we can do this right here for the ones that just accepted this scan. Time of day, only show me this after X minutes after the open, and then stop showing me X minutes after the open. So your little 90-minute time frame would be in minutes. And therefore, you're not going to get a bunch of junk coming through because you've already back tested that this does very well during that middle of the day time slice. So you can make sure that you use the time filter and you don't see all that extra noise unless it's coming through in your favorite window, which I just shared and we back tested. So,
Excuse me.
yes.
Excuse me.
You're excused.
I thought I was tuning in to listen to Steve Gomez.
Yeah.
I didn't realize I was listening to Michael Noss.
Mr. Data Driven. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, every now and then I go down the rabbit hole for people to show them how powerful our data is.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, actually. I was listening and I was watching what you were doing, and that
was only
it's definitely an interesting strategy. And you didn't know, of course, ahead of time what it was going to look like, right?
That it was going to be that good, but only two layers of tweaking: the time of day and what is the S&P doing on that day in the optimization. And boy, just those two little switches really cleaned it up nicely.
Yeah.
And again, I think it's working well, guys, because we're in a bear market. I mean, what's going to highs? Meta, Google, Amazon, the big guys, but there's a lot of junk under the surface that runs up on hope and fear and slams into that 135 day. And the data just clearly showed us that, if you want to be a contrarian and fade those things, you can do it.
How did the VWAP work in conjunction with the slamming into that 15 or the 150?
I don't know.
It
I've never
or
tried
130.
it.
Sorry, 130.
Yeah, it's not configured in there, but that's not to say that you can't go into the optimization and then start putting it, well, where is it in relation to VWAP? And if you see, a heat map that's got a big solid block of green, well, then you might have something to go by there. I didn't take it to that next level, but if anybody that has that wants to, they could.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody asked about are limit orders better for free commission brokers? And yeah, I mean, I would say 99.9% of the time, except for trade zero. That's all I'm going to say. Trade
Okay.
zero does punish you if you go in at the market. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
if you go limit.
Right.
Okay.
Interesting.
You can only get free commissions if you go in at the market. But if you go limit for trade zero, even though they're called trade zero, as in commissions, they nail you. So, and
Nothing's
I don't
free.
think the other ones do that.
Yeah. I like limit orders when I'm taking profits. But if I'm looking at something and I just want in, sometimes I don't mind hitting market. You get some really nice midpoint prices. Let them have the half a penny. I don't care.
Well, and also with IB, of course, you can go midpoint. But also the other thing is, if you're swing trading, it really doesn't matter
It
that
doesn't.
much. I mean,
No,
you're
it
not in
doesn't.
it
Not for
to
me.
try to make a nickel,
Yeah.
on your trade. So swing trading really, unless the spread was, insane, like $3 or $4, it really doesn't matter.
Yeah. Just get me in. I can move on to the next event.
Exactly. Exactly. Speaking of moving on, I am early, so if you do want to take off,
Cool.
unless you want to keep doing this wonderful data mining for these people.
Well, I got them pointed in the right direction. I can only help start and pique their curiosity. Weekends are a wonderful time to go down these rabbit holes, but I'll take you up on the bathroom break offer. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Steve.
All
Thanks a
right.
lot.
See you later.
Bye-bye. All right, guys. Let's see. In terms of unmuting myself. Okay, I'm now back. As the market, yeah, man, oh man, since I left. So that was right around noon, right here. So the market is still putting in a nice, almost 1 hour. So at this point, I am in nothing right now and just kind of biding my time. I see this IMMX. Where was the first alert for it? 214. Okay, that was right at 9:30. 214, right at 9:30. It hit a high at 12:14 of 12:39. Okay. I'm looking at rum now, guys. Sorry, just give me a moment as I finish my apple here. So I'm looking at rum right there, and there's where we had the alert on this rally to the VWAP, 773. And since then it took out the VWAP, and it's just been pretty good. I mean, just kind of moving up and up and up. The VWAP has moved up to 776 from 773, but yeah. Actually, I am wrong. Okay, these are not necessarily VWAP prices. This is where the alert happened. Okay, so that means that it was close to the VWAP at that point, but it was probably very close. Now this one, MSOS, I mean, this is the marijuana, the cannabis. Yeah, I mean, hey, I mean, this one to me popped into the VWAP. What I should add is the VWAP here. Let me just do that. See how close it is. I mean, some people complain because you get the alert and it's not right at the VWAP, but so it does require a little bit of volume confirmation. But I don't think it's, unless it's an incredibly fast moving stock, I don't think it's that big a deal. Now, the problem by adding this, I'm going to miss all the ones that happened before, but that's okay. I'll do that now, and we'll just see what happens going forward. Give me a moment as I adjust all this. Yeah, that's the only issue. Sometimes I cannot get this. Well, I'll deal with that. Anyway, you mean the bounce from 80 or 83 or whatever? The pie, are you talking about that earlier on, real? Anyone know how to external link trade ideas to Dash Trader? Anybody with Dash Trader in the room? I mean, I've never used it, so I mean, I don't think it's difficult, but usually just a matter of sometimes the trick is you have to run, if you can, run both trade ideas and DAS run as administrator. Okay. And then, but I've never used DAS, but I know people do. So if anybody has DAS, if you go to the trade ideas question, and maybe you can help Bardia, how to external link trade ideas to DAS Trader. Okay, so Bardia, if you go to general market talk, wiggle wiggle bot is basically saying right, correct, yeah, correct. You run both as administrator and then regular shift key. Okay, he's here, let me just pop that into the trade ideas questions. Okay. All right, I have to keep an eye on Wolf now. Okay, I believe it's at the low of the day, near the low of the day, Wolf. Yeah, and this is an all-time low. Excuse me, all-time low down here. So what I'm going to do is stick a price alert at today's low and see if it takes it out later on. That is WOLF. All right, guys. Things have said. Okay, now let's take a look at KVSA. Ah, it's an acquisition company business. It's a SPAC, so I forget about that. So if you recall, I was, just before I was taking my break, right around this area, Overstock looked like it wanted to move down. It was underneath the VWAP, and that's exactly what it did. And now, and that one again, I'm going to disregard the colors here. Really, this was a pullback to the VWAP, which in theory could be a bounce, right? But the way this is color coded, I think the way Michael color coded it is, this is a potential short and that's a potential long. But you just have to see how it's trading. So I mean, if it takes out the VWAP in any great way, then it turns into a short, which I guess is what happened. I mean, that's what he's saying. But I think a lot of people would say, okay, a pullback to the VWAP, maybe that should be a bounce or could be a bounce. So maybe he's right. Maybe he's got something going here, even though it's pulled back to the VWAP. You're not looking for a bounce. You're looking for something breaking down through it. So I mean that happened at 2053. This is at 11:15. Okay. The reason why you don't see the current ones, or that's the last one that happened that met all the filter requirements. So that was overstock and the time was 11:15. The price was 2053, and you can see it's dropped $1 since then. Well, as this market experiences a nice lift from what time was that? 11:15 on. And again, I find this kind of interesting. There's the overstock. There was at 11:15. Here. This is the move in the market, but overstock. Look at overstock moving down. It's an earnings play. It's so positive for the day, but it certainly did not participate. You may have thought that hey, it's going to take look at that VWAP and maybe bounce with the market, but not even close. All right, Nova. How's Nova doing? Won 7 races. Pretty choppy. It is an earnings play, and it now is yeah, below the VWAP, but it's pretty choppy. Okay, guys, how's Hertz doing? Again, the idea right now for me is to just check these things out. Where are they in relation to the VWAP? Okay. And you can see Hertz right here, right at the VWAP, a little bit below it. So again, will it stall at the VWAP or will it push through or will it stall and bounce down? I mean, it's very choppy. I mean, it's not a nice looking chart at all. But that's what I'd be doing. I'd be taking a look at these, as they've won races or anything else. Just check, if nothing is really happening, check to see what they're doing at the VWAP and then see if we can figure out a way. Does something make sense to trade it based on that? Here's a 20-day low for HT, and the next low is 574. Not bad if it takes out six. Captain, are you making me put that JAG-X up? All right. Snap. Let's see, Snap. Is it breaking out? Let's take a look at Snap, SNAP. So looming above it, couple things. Okay, there's the 200-day moving average, 1056. You see that green line right on the chart, daily chart. So that is looming above it. Now it has earnings after hours today. Some bets are being placed. It might be good, but we have no idea of knowing. So I wouldn't call this. I mean, yes, it's broken out from 10 to 1040, but if you're looking to get in now, you have to be completely aware of that 200-day moving average right on top of it. And, it's a big float, almost a billion in the float. So it's gonna take a bunch to keep moving it. I'm hearing Adam making a new high now, guys. Adam making another new high. All right, guys. Yeah, as Real said, yes, another mean reversion. Yeah, so you see something way below or way above the VWAP. Yeah, I mean the think about what the VWAP means. That's where most of the action was volume weighted average price. So you know if that VWAP, especially if the VWAP doesn't really move that much, so it could be way up here on little volume, and so you could get a nice mean reversion back to the VWAP, unless you get some big huge move and it's on extremely high volume, in which case the VWAP will move. Okay, guys, I am not getting too many new alerts, so look at MXL. What is it doing? 2488 is the VWAP, so it's still below the VWAP. Now, you could construct a scanner. I would use a top list showing stocks that are a certain percentage above or below the VWAP. Okay, so if you thought, for instance, that 5% above the VWAP was too excessive, or 5% below was equally as excessive, you could create a scanner just to show you stocks like that. Shall we do it? Not a scanner. I would call it a screener. And then we can kind of see if that mean reversion to the VWAP makes sense. I knew I could count on you, Stan Z. Ooh, okay, now Wolf. Why do I have an alert here for Wolf? Probably a low of the day now. Yes, so let's take a look at Wolf. Low of the day. The low was 46.21, just a little bit below the low of the day now, and we're on an all-time low. So I have to watch to see if this takes out 46. In the meantime, um, I think I have something. I know what I can do. File load from cloud. I think I have one that is close to the VWAP, but now what we want to do is make it not close to the VWAP. You know what though? I'll duplicate it because I might want to have that anyway. So I'll duplicate this so I don't have to recreate everything from scratch. You see, that's all I'm doing. So now if I, whoops, click on configure. Okay, now, so these are stocks that are within 1% of the VWAP. Let's make it hard. Let's make it, I don't know. Let's go 5%. Let's see what happens. Minus 5, 5. Okay, I'll keep everything else the same, 300,000 shares. No, wait a minute. That's wrong. I have to do it the reverse. That's why it's always good. Then you click on summary, English language. So now the price is at least 5% above the VWAP, and the price is at least 5% below the VWAP. Okay, with between one. Let's expand the price range now that I'll trade higher price stocks, and make it 5. Okay, and 300,000 shares, and let's just see what happens. Okay, so here we go. And what I could do here is I could add the distance from the VWAP column so you can see exactly. Distance from VWAP 1, show the column. So obviously this top is 37% away, okay, as an example. You could sort on it. So you can see the ones that are furthest away on top, on the bottom side of it. So let's just take a look at let's look at it to see what it looks like, what these stocks are looking like. So there's UCAR, okay, UCAR. There's the VWAP at 586. So it's at 531 right now, which is 9.3% below. Okay, so you might look at that and go, this is due for a bounce, mean reversion. I'm not saying this one, but that would be the thought process. Okay, and not too many alerts. So, if you wanted more, then you would reduce, instead of being at 5% away, you make it 4% away or something, whatever percentage you want. So now, of course, now what we do is we rename this. So now it's not close to the VWAP. Just say at least. Putting 5 in there, of course, you can always change the title, because if you change it to 4, well, okay. Let's just call this far from the VWAP. Oops. Okay, so far from the VWAP, here you go. Well, again, it's up to you. This is just a template. You can make it 3%. You can make it 3% on top, 2% on the bottom. It's up to you. But I'll give this to you. And first of all, I want to save it, save and share to cloud. And anybody wants it, there it is. All right, guys, here's another one showing up. Not in the far from the VWAP, but right at the VWAP. This is a rally to the VWAP. So here's another one, ALGM. It's close enough. I mean, 35.70. Nobody should get bent out of shape about that. And also it's rallying too. So it doesn't necessarily, it's not, let me just see what filters Michael used. Yeah, he's just using a 5-minute high. He's not actually, in fact, this is not going to be a VWAP break, but it's going to be within 0.3% of the VWAP, and then making a 5-minute high, which is going to get it very, very close to the VWAP. And then you plan out, the potential trade for you. And you look at this and go, okay, is it going to pop above it, or is it going to stay here? So now you can put price alerts. I mean, it has really done nothing for quite a while, but you never know. Maybe it breaks out or it breaks down. It's probably it's not an earnings play. And if you look left on the weekly chart, if it broke down, where could it go to? 34. So, okay, 34 is the next low on the weekly chart. And of course, on the daily chart, well, you're talking about today's high way up here at 38. So ideally, you'd love to see it maybe break to the high side because there's more room for it to potentially go, as opposed to breaking down and then looking left and saying, well, it's only $1 away. See how that's how I think anyway. I see PI is starting to move down again. All right, guys, it's 1:21 or so. So there is another marketing meeting today. It is Thursday. Yes, it is Thursday. So I'm going to do my video now. 121, 122. So say back should be no later than 132. Okay, guys, so I'm muting myself now. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, guys, I am look at AI. Boy, it's been all over the place today, but it's popping off from 17 up to 1783. I don't know, William. I'm still kind of keen on shorting this this wolf just because it's an all-time low. Waiting to see what sort of a break on 46 does it really make. Yeah, just hanging around 46, guys. Hanging around 46. And that is the wolf. Well, what did Snap do though? Did Snap did not take out the 200-day moving average, did it? You're talking about earlier, missing the Snap move? Wow. Okay. Taking out the 200-day moving average. Okay, I was wrong. With a billion in the float, I thought it would struggle. It has earnings after hours today. So bets are being placed. Seriously, that's what this is all about. Bets are being placed. I mean, those people who are going to hold into the close. The Hindenburg. They thought the cola would become a. Oh, I did not know that it was under a dollar. Unbelievable. What a short that would have been from $100 and just held. Wow. That's a big wow. Yeah, way above in mine reel on the 5 minute anyway. I just have a 5 minute up. Where's the VWAP? So, we arguably this could turn into a mean reversion to the VWAP a bit. But it's interesting, isn't it? Yeah, no, exactly. Could be the end of near the end. I'm so surprised it went through The 200-day moving average, like nothing. All right, well, let's see. I'm not expecting too much out of it. I'm out at 1070 if it gets up there, and that's the snap. Now we'll see if the 200-day acts as support. What was resistance now may turn into support. I didn't take very much. Okay, I'm just this is just sort of to pass the time almost. Yeah, I'm going to change this. I don't want to see these super cheap stocks, I don't think. So I'm going to change this to at least $5. That's for me anyway, 1 in 50. Yeah, I'll make that 5 and 100 now. Aha, and putting that in there. Hele, Hele. Well, you can see this is another earnings play. See all these earnings plays, guys. Helena Troy. I mean, who looks at Helena Troy? I love these ones. You know, these ones that are a little more obscure. I'm not saying nobody knows what Helena Troy is, HELE, but you know, it's not like you're going to probably see this on CNBC. Now, problem with shorting right now, especially something like a snap, though it's it's modestly working for me. Okay, running up, running up, running up is this RXST. And this is not a lifetime high, no, but it's getting close, 87%. There's the high up here is 1862. Look at the market. I know I seem to say that every day, but look at the market. Look at this move. One, two, well, since 11:15, and we're now, this is the 130 candle, which has another 7 minutes to close. Well, that was mildly ugly. Look at that, 1840, right back down to 1799. So forget about this one. It's too way too 22 million in the float for a 20 odd dollar stock. That's that's very low. Okay, wolf inching its way underneath. Okay, I've decided to cover my snap just because it's right at the I made a little bit, but just because it's right at the 200-day moving average, and it that might hold it. If it doesn't, that's okay. I'd much rather concentrate on wolf right now. Still messing around with that 46 level is wolf. So real, oh, look at that now on the snap. Real, would you have waited for the break of the upper, I call it the upper line? 'Cause I did not. And that I'm talking about on the snap. Well, guess what? The 200-day moving average did not hold it. Yeah, so I understand that, but I took it up here, okay? Would you have waited for the break of the, and I don't know where your line is, okay? Would you have waited for a break of the line before you took it? I took it up here. So, okay, typically, you're right. So, all right, guys, you know what I've done. Look at the wolf now. Now, I'm in a meeting in about 18 minutes, so okay, guys, give me one moment. I'll be All right, guys, I'm back. Give me one more little leg down. All right, guys, I'm just waiting on this wolf to see if it has one more little move down before I might cover some. I mean, I don't know where it's going. Obviously, there's no support because it's an all-time low, so I don't have a sense of where it could go. Eighty-nine. 89 was my entry. Obviously 45.89. Was waiting on that 46 break. It popped up, it went below it, and then it popped up above it, and then it got down below it, got into the 90s. I said, okay, just do it, and we'll see. If it gets back up there, I'll just exit my trade, but I'm trying to hold on. I'd like more than just a quick 30-cent scalp out of it. But I am in a meeting, so I'm going to have to manage it while I'm in a meeting or get out of it before. You guys are talking about the RNA channel. So yeah, on mine, I see that it's underneath the low. Underneath the low, I'm sorry, underneath the lower line for me anyway. I have a harder time playing bounces off these. I have an easier, well, nothing's easy, but I don't know why. I find it easier to play tops and short them than try to play bounces. Oh, that's just me. One day we'll have the Lin reg lines that we can add to our charts. Hopefully in these new HTML charts. Now okay, I'm just wondering why did I not see RNA at all? And the reason being relative volume, only one. So I wouldn't see it. VWAP is 1678, so that is way below the VWAP. And there in that far from the VWAP, there it is, RNA right there. 6.1% away from the VWAP. Well, let's take a look, other areas where it could stall. And there's the next low looking left is 1552 for RNA. Yeah, so this one is on the move here, guys. PRCT is on the move. There's the VWAP. So it is moving away from the VWAP quite a bit. Okay, guys, in about 5 minutes, I'll be in a meeting. Yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on this one to see how, yeah, if this actually does have a bounce. It's on my chart anyway. It's right at the bottom line. Has not broken through it, but it's right at the bottom line. And I know I have different values from you guys. I get it. All right, guys. Well, unfortunately, I got out of my wolf. Made pennies on it, and that's it. I will take a look at it later. I just can't hang on because I'm going to be in this meeting. Got a little greedy. I was hoping it would break down through 45, but it did not do it. So I'm basically out. Just made pennies on it. Yeah, you're looking at this RNA and look at the market, what it's doing. So it is certainly not following the market at all. It is going completely counter to the market. Don't know if there's any. I don't know if there's any news on RNA. So this is on the 24th. They got a fast track designation, but that's on the 24th. I don't see any news today on it, and it's not. A bounce would follow the market, absolutely, but it's certainly not. Certainly not following it yet. I hate it when Williams right. Okay, so Wolf is over 46 now. All right, guys, time is now 1:58, so I'm going to put my announcement in. I'll be in this marketing meeting. Hopefully, it's not too long. Now, I am actually watching this atom here, guys. Potential short, pretty strong stock. I get it, but it is a potential short. Watching it at the VWAP here, 686. It's tried to drop a couple of times, but obviously it may pop right through and be one of those late day continuationers. Well, let's stick an alert down here around 675 and see if it. Yeah, excuse me, the MCRB is making noises again. 550, 530. Well, again, this is one that's surprised me a little bit. I thought that 550 mark would really hold it. It did for a long time, but breaking down now, MCRB. So the original alert was at 561. This is back at 1021. Now we're at 538. Wow. And just picking up steam too. Wolf, guys. Wolf, 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 wolf. While I was in there, I decided to take a little bit again. Now will it take a 45? How did your RNA work? Did that pop at all? You guys that's what we were looking at when not really. Well, I guess it did. Okay, you're looking at this. Whoops. I guess it was a quick pop up to 16 and then right back down. Well, I still maintain that the fact that it was doing this while the market is doing this. I mean, eventually it might bounce, but it certainly is not interested in following the market at all right now. And I still don't see any news on it. Okay, I've had my fill of wolf. Just a little carved out a little bit more, but I've had my fill of it. That's it. What's starting to move down is Atom. Atom. ATOM, not Atom, but Atom. Almost a green bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. Boy, look at this. This is now, I was complaining yesterday and not complaining, but basically pointing out yesterday. And for many days, we just don't have any trend days. This is what you call a trend day, guys. I mean, from 11:45 till now, 2:15, we have been straight up in the SPY, straight up. And arguably, you could say even from 11:15, we just had a pause there. 11, these are 15-minute candles, of course. So really, from 11:15 to now, 2:15, 3 solid hours. The RNA actually looks like turning into a short again. I know it's probably outside the channel. Actually, it's inside now, this green candle here, people tried, but the buyers have the sellers have taken over again. So if it got down below 1574, but 1552 is the next low looking left, so that might not be enough room. If it were down here around that 15 mark, that'd be awesome. I might up the filters in this one again. Make it 5. This probably won't matter. Oh, Wolf, you've abandoned me. Just give me a moment here. I'm just trying to. There's a sound alert coming. I'm trying to figure out what it is. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right, guys. Well, I'm just sort of pausing here. Any questions you may have? Gonna watch this one tomorrow though, definitely. I mean, it's an all-time low. Wolf is an all-time low. Already had earnings, so what's going to prop this stock up? You might get some people bottom fishing, but I mean, could easily be a second day continuation down off earnings. Now, this Atom, guys, this might be one of those. I was looking, maybe it was going to break down in a big way below the 200-day or the VWAP, but this could be one of those later on in the day. I mean, what did it get to after hours? Excuse me, 878 after hours yesterday. And it is an earnings play, so that's what happened. And some news also. And it could now, so it's getting above the VWAP now, 686. Get some volume coming in. It could have that sort of that late day surge. The high of the day looks like we're on 731. High in the pre-market was way up here around 8. Oh, I'm just seeing you're not hungry like the wolf. Okay, I'm just reading that now. ALGM. I kind of sworn I heard it. ALGM? No. Okay, so it's doing nothing. Wow. I mean, it's just absolutely nothing right at the VWAP. ALGM. Now, believe it or not, this one also, this top, but it's highly risky, but it could, if it takes out, say, 20, I mean, I know this got up to, oh my goodness, I didn't realize it got that close. $24 and there's the high right there, 29.50. Well, I'm going to stick an alert at 20 and see if it blasts through 20 later on and see what happens. You can see the VWAP is way down here though, 1342, way down here. All right, and another green candle, and another green candle. There's the 230 candle now, 15-minute candle, and absolutely ripping here. Ah, Wolf. Somebody said Amazon this afternoon. I keep reading bad things coming. Let's see what happens. Amazon, wow. I mean, I missed the boat, guys. I was going to take this Amazon at some point, just over 100, and hold it for 10 years. I guess I could still do it. But it is, it's still just a little bit above the 200-day moving average. Let's see if it's going to hold after earnings tonight. All right, guys, one last, what I will do though is also put the test drive link in, okay? So it doesn't start till the 5th, June the 5th. But again, if you want to take part in it, all you have to do is fill out this form and then you'll be notified probably about a week before June the 5th, how to sign up and all that. It will cost $11.11. You'll have 10 trading days, okay? 10 trading days using our using our premium product. So if you click on the link, this is what it's going to look like. It's just, basically, it's just filling in this and then you'll get the email. Okay. And okay, and again, if you click on my homepage link, obviously a way in which you can take out a subscription, you'll be at the top here. Just a minute. You're right at the top here, and there's a promo code you can use to get 15% off. The first month only or the entire year. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started 10 short videos. Starts off with your download and your first start or your first login. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, this is the course for you. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Okay, it starts off incredibly basic, like literally what is a stock, and it proceeds. So a lot of videos, I think there are about 30 odd videos. I think it's well worth it though if you're new to trading. I do my stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week is free. You can sign up for it right here. Now, It usually arrives about an hour before the market opens Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder and or your promotional folder if you have Gmail, okay? Sometimes that's where they go. Click here. This is education. Big education section is right here. And here are my scans. So I want my scans. Here they are. Pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. This is the big race. This is the race that you see here. That one. I have another race that I am sharing, though. The breakouts, breakdowns, breakouts, just to produced very well again today. And the single stock window, if you like that look. Single stock window is totally customizable. These are just filters. That's what I like to see. But, if you're more into the financial stuff, you can put debt and cash ratio and all that stuff. Okay. You can just do what you want with the single stock, but that's what I like to see. And what else? Halts resumes is right here. And this momentum scan is, in essence, this. Okay. These are stocks making new highs on the day right here. I made a change here so that I could. I don't want to get as many. In fact, I guess I didn't make the change there. Yeah, up the current volume to 5. And what happens is, I mean, if I start getting too many alerts, then that's what you do. You start upping the filter values, and if all of a sudden I'm not getting very many, then you can reduce them. But I'm just getting a little too many alerts. So again, if you want my scans, first of all, save my homepage. Then you can take a look at my scans anytime you want. The education, and if you do decide to take out a prescription, a subscription, then please use my homepage link, use my promo code, and that's it. Yeah, that is definitely the one that got away, the Crocs. It's on the list as an earnings play, but yeah, I just wow, I mean, from the high in the pre-market, 148 all the way down to 116. Bitcoin is reclaiming 30,000, Alex says. Okay, I guess it's amazing. I guess it's amazing. How's Mara doing? Mara and Riot. How they? Yeah, it's pretty choppy though. But my guess is if I looked at Bitcoin, BITO, take a look at see if it follows it. Yeah, kind of. Down, down, and then this move, move. Even today, it touched the 200-day though. Look at that. Mara touched the 200-day again. How's Riot doing? Riot is way above the 200-day. But exactly the same type of pattern as Mara today. Chop, 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 and then a bit of a surge at the end here. Well, this one's surprised. Look at this regional bank, VLY. I mean, in the pre-market, I did see it. I think we talked about it a little bit, but in the market open, it got all the way down to 792, 791, and it's basically, other than this little area here where it's kind of chopping up and around, it's basically been moving higher. Had a big bottoming tail there, but it's basically been moving higher in a fairly orderly way. Okay, yeah, so I should always, Sammy, should always say this. So when you click on my homepage link, to be brought to this page, okay, right at the top, okay, then you have to scroll down until you see the scans. Okay, there are my scans. Just three sections: education's my scans, and the trade of the week. Okay, so there are my scans. Should always remember to tell people to scroll down once you click on my link. Okay. All right, guys. Well, I think I'll put myself on mute, and I may knock off a little bit early again today. Today's another. Finally, we're getting some weather in Vancouver. Well, we always have weather, but good weather. So definitely hopping on the bike today. So I'll put myself on mute. I'll hop right back on the mic though if you have a question. Okay, so I'm putting myself on mute, but again, don't be shy. Ask a question if you got them, if you got one. Well, what do we have here, guys? Silence, not silence, SLN. Look at this SLN. Boy, it has some room. I think this has been halted. SLN has been halted. Not very much volume, only 38,000, but it'll obviously pick up coming out of the halt. And the high looking left is 817. So there is definitely room if this one wants to keep going. Right now, it's hard to know. I mean, it's only, but again, the volume is so low right now. But there's the halt, 720, 714, 714. So there's no real clue where it may open. All right, guys, I think I'll wrap it up now. I don't see any other questions, so I think we'll wrap this up now. Again, thanks for all the help today, and the room will open, main room will open at no later than 8 o'clock. You guys can talk amongst yourselves between 8 and 9, and I'll get on the mic in the other two rooms and the main room at 9 o'clock. So have a great evening, and we will see you then. Bye-bye. And now, YouTubers, I'll close your room down now.